All right. Hello and welcome to Monsters and Madness. This is our 61st session here in the Zemni Fields. And we are following Bastion's watch through their adventures, setting out in the Zemni Fields and beyond. A little bit of housekeeping to start the session. We'll get out of the way now here. We have music from a couple different places. One of those places is filmmusic.io. Any songs we use from filmmusic.io has information down in the panels. You can check it out there, follow the links, listen to the music, license it for yourself, find out more info about the artists. Highly recommend. We also use music from a couple of different. We use a music from a couple different albums from Critical Role. Welcome to Taldor and welcome to Wildmount. Have great music on them, and they allow other D&D live streamers to use it. So we do because it's good stuff. Information down in the panels for that as well. You can check them out, buy them for yourself, listen to it there. Okay, but getting back to our time here in Exandria, we are not currently on Wildmount. We're not in the Dwendalian Empire. We're not in Zemni Fields. We are, for the first time in this campaign for the party, in Whitestone. We are in, I believe the name of the bar is the Champions Goodbye. We started in Champions Goodbye. We are now in a house. And in that house, there are a few players. We have part of the Last Song crew who were there to pull Sheen from some kind of cell in Vasselheim and happened to stumble upon Prince and Princess Dwendal and have brought them back to Whitestone at the direction of the party. There's also a couple other higher level wizards that were recruited, or with mages at least. Zinnia Hawkins and one of Milo's former teachers, Professor Widowgast, is currently outside standing watch. A lot's been happening. A lot of news in the last session. Up to the north in Isocross, there's some sort of attack happening. A large 5-headed dragon and reports of destruction across that area. As those reports are coming in, the watch, in particular, Warmaster Breck. The Warmaster has been called back by Trent Ickathon in order to make plans for what's next in the fight against these Dragonborn and the dragons they fight with. So we're going to zoom in here in the house. Where we left off, there was the captive Volstrucker Vehas. She was brought up. The prince ordered Varric and Breck to do anything in their power in order to wake up the princess. And knowing that Vehas had the solution, brought her up in order to release the magical binds that are on her, while Milo is finishing up a conversation with Zinnia in the other room. So with that, I'm going to zoom back in. We've got the party here, quite a few NPCs around. Vasati as well came with the group. But I'm going to leave it up to you guys as to what happens next here in Whitestone.
And you said we're in a house now. We're not at that bar anymore. You're muted.
It's funny, I actually clicked mute right before I started talking. It was backwards. Habit, muscle memory. So you guys had left the bar. There was a house nearby that the pirates, the prince, the princess, Sheen, all went, where you guys met up with them. Where both Morgana and the princess were downstairs, locked in some sort of magical sleep. Zinnia had done some identifying on the spells. Two spells unfamiliar for most of the mages here. Brandon, you are, yep, there you go.
Excuse me.
Had done identify, found two spells that the mages here are unfamiliar with: Arcane Block and Slumber. And Arcane Block was cast in some way together, so Dispel Magic had to be cast simultaneously in order for it to be removed. and then slumber could be interacted with from there. But that's currently what's going on. There had been some interrogating, I guess I would call it, some light interrogating for this group of the Volstrucker. But you guys brought her upstairs. Currently, she has shackles. One of the shackles is on Varric's wrist. One is on hers. She was her hands were let off so that she could cast Dispel Magic. She was going for an earring. Varric took that off and is currently holding it. She asked for it back, saying she could cast the simultaneous Dispel Magics if she has it.
I believe at the end I asked someone to bring her back downstairs.
Okay.
It's the same pirate guy that was watching it, right?
Yeah, Michael Pena.
Michael Pena. You actually asked Michael Pena to come upstairs, I believe. I'm not going to come out. Yeah, ask the guard to come upstairs.
Yeah.
But you guys can send it back down if you'd like. That's totally fine.
Yeah, I was going to ask him to bring her back down.
Okay, yeah.
And she did dispel everything on the
No.
princess, right?
Not yet.
No, she said she can do a singular dispel. If you guys have somebody you can do dispel with her, then that will get rid of the arcane block kind of weave together. And then, but she did say if Varric gives her back the earring, then she can just do a simultaneous herself. She said she has one stored in there. She'll cast it and then release the one that she has.
Okay. But she basically explained to us how to dispel it.
Correct. Has to be done simultaneously. Arcane block can be weaved together in multiple instances, and for every instance, a simultaneous dispel has to be cast.
Okay.
So yeah, I was just going to get Milo because I too can do it.
There you go.
I don't need her.
I think I just found out my dad died.
Oh.
But I got one more dispel in me, I think.
Oh. Just gonna skip.
Hey
over
mom,
that,
do
I
you mind backing us up?
Is there any drinks in this house?
guess.
I would say as there any drinks in this house, Captain Nora, who very looking very anxious over in the corner, sitting in a recliner, or not a recliner, there's not recliners, but like sitting in a tall back chair that's nice and padded, not a wooden chair or anything like that. She's kind of blocked by other people, but you just see her arm raise a bottle up over in the corner.
Captain Loom. Gonna make me
Captain Deep Delver. Nobody else, just for you.
perfect.
And you can tell she's putting on a little bit. She's like doing that jokey thing, she's joking around, but is obviously very uncomfortable and nervous. But she stands up and walks over to hand you the bottle.
Morgana's gonna be all right. These guys are top tier.
As Milo's got like tears coming out of his face.
She'll just nod back. Yeah, she'll just nod back.
So want to do this thing?
Yeah, let's get started.
I believe we have a princess to save first.
I always wanted to do that.
So,
I heard you have to kiss her to wake her up, Milo.
Oh,
You serious? I
Yep,
like
100%.
I shoot a glance over at the prince.
I was like, he's in the room.
He's in the room.
Hey, I didn't know that this was one of the requirements, man. I didn't sign up
To
for
Brett-
immediately
Brett
wiping the
here.
tears off his face.
Breck, roll
wait,
me
whoa. Kiss a princess?
Breck, roll me a charisma check.
A 13.
Oh, 13. Okay. The prince chuckles, giving a not the heartiest laugh, but a look of, I know you're joking. Don't not joke about that.
Well, I'm ready when you are. And Milo kind of like
Alright.
does a little spirit fingers and rolls up his sleeves, gets his book ready.
You see Zinnia kind of roll up her sleeves a little bit. No book for her. And in this moment, Milo, you think back, spell books were not really your mom's thing. She seems almost more innately magical as a mage. But she rolls up her sleeves nonetheless and is ready for the two of you, and we'll back you guys up.
All right. Gonna go ahead and cast Dispel Magic at 4th level.
Ditto. Same thing.
Cool. Any flavor here? You guys want to flavor the spell? What it
Yeah,
looks like for Milo and Varric to dispel this together on the princess?
For mine, the big blue arcane circle is going to encircle the princess with the book kind of floating in front of Milo as he's reading from the pages and drawing the power from that.
Oof, I didn't think about this. I will say the moon. The room starts to darken a bit, and Varric's eyes will glow a soft bluish color as he. It almost seems like the block itself is like being. The way I see it is like two people doing it. It's kind of like it's being pulled apart in two different directions.
Mhm.
And it'll just go toward his hand and poof, just dissipate.
Nice. Yeah. So, as that happens, both of the magics are kind of entangled together. But as the dispels take hold, Milo's yours moves over and kind of encircled by this arcane circle that you've drawn on the ground. Varric, yours moves towards you, but almost has like this moon-like light around it that kind of shrinks around it. It gets close to your hand as both of you cast a spell magic. As you do, you see Zinnia cast from behind the two of you with almost like elegant silver threads coming out of her hands. And as the two things separate far enough for there to be distance between them, those silver threads come in and wrap around the princess. And after about 5-10 seconds, as if somebody who is slowly waking from a deep sleep, Princess Surya Dwindle wakes up. You guys see Itis, his big frame moves down to the side of the bed, and he reaches out and grabs her hand, and he puts it close to his face, just kind of holding her there. She doesn't say anything at first, but he turns, gives a nod to anyone in the room, which I think is everyone, except maybe Grim, and says, "Thank you. Thank you. These are tense times, but what you have done has given my wife and I a chance, given the Empire a chance to keep its traditions alive, to keep the line of Dwindles alive, and we will not forget it."
Just give him the head nod.
You know, Varric, even your spellcasting is a little bit intimidating.
What? No.
The whole room got dark, man.
It's just the moon over his will. Rinse and repeat.
Yeah, I think so. We're gonna go all out on this one though, and I'm gonna step forward and start it at 5th level.
All I have is 4th.
Maybe I can do it all on my own. Watch this.
You're talking about from Morgana here?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, easy enough. You guys repeat the same process. It plays out exactly the same. And in terms of like the magic and how that interacts, Morgana does not slowly wake up from a deep sleep. She kind of jolts up. What the fuck is going on? looks to reach around her like she's trying to grab for a weapon.
Do I hear this happening?
I would say so, yeah. And if you wanted to have made your way back into the room at this point, there's been time.
Yeah, as they're doing it on Morgana, yeah, for sure. I'll kind of go to her side and just kind of try to calm her down. And just kind of tell her, like, it's okay. It's okay. You're okay.
Roll a persuasion check.
Persuasion. 10.
10?
Yeah.
She doesn't get any more worked up. Still worked up, though.
I'll just take her out of the room, like,
Okay.
kind of get some space and bring her to Nora.
Okay, got it. Ekamos, any moves from you there?
I reported this to
Yeah, I would just go with Grim and Morgana and try to like calm her down and everything like that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So Ekamos, Grim, Morgana go out, looking for Nora. Not hard to find. She's in the corner where she was sitting before. But you guys take her out there. Let's see. Let's see if Morgana can come down a little bit. Yeah. Morgana walks up. She has a bottle in her hand again. This is a different one than she'd handed to Breck. With a bottle in her hand, she walks up. She's like, you guys see a relieved look on her face. Then she sees Morgana's pretty worked up, and Morgana starts yelling at Captain Nora. What the fuck is going on? Where did you take me? Where are we? And she just walks up and slaps her, and then holds out the bottle. And Morgana kind of looks stunned for a second and looks down and sees the bottle, grabs it and just like just downs a bunch. Much better. Thank you. Hands it back. And starts to come down. She finds a seat, and Grim and Ekmos kind of tend to Morgana. What's next? Oh, also
DM.
Yes.
Can you refresh kind of the conversation that Milo and Zinnia had in the hallway?
Mhm.
I think it was just the fact that his father died.
No, there was more. So, I'm really glad I went back and listened to the end of this, like the last couple hours of the session. I'm really glad I did, because there's a lot of like little details that are really important.
It's a lot happening at once.
Yeah, exactly. It was well worth. My prep time was mostly spent on recapping, so it was well worth it, I think. Zinnia looked like she had gotten ascending herself, and she said something to the effect of like, "What do you mean? How many?" Then she left the room. Milo followed. She started saying like one half of a conversation. Essentially, I think it was like, where else has been destroyed? Tell them to leave immediately. We must let the diarchy know. The mountain may not be safe enough. And kind of talking out some of those logistical types things. She also did say, he's here with me now. And then after that, there was kind of some just like heartfelt apologies. She just basically said, I'm sorry that I never told you the truth. I'm sorry I never let you reach your full potential. I was scared about what was coming, and I feel like now you may not be ready for the responsibility that falls on you. She didn't say specifically what that responsibility was, but said that it feels like she may have cursed you by not giving you more information and trying to shield you from the truth of the matter.
I think Milo's actually going to kind of pull Zinnia back aside and go back into the hallway. He'll probably tap Varric on the shoulder just to be like, "Hey, I'm going to be outside this door." But yeah, he's going to look to speak with her privately once more.
Yeah. Right outside the front is Professor Widogast. Do you mean you're going outside the house or just in a separate room, private?
Oh, I was just gonna go right back into the hallway where we were at.
Okay, yeah, totally fine. You're looking for a private convo, not outside. You're in the house in a side room. Easy enough.
So what exactly is? Give me a grander picture of what's happening right now. I feel like with the passing of my father, it's clearly a gaping hole where a protector needs to be, but it also feels like there's something more urgent going on. What is it?
She kind of drops her shoulders. There's a little bit of shame on her face, but it is overall mostly worry, and she'll respond. There have been pieces moving for some time. After the fall of Draconia, there were those left there who felt they were owed power, that they were a part of something that was divine, magical, primal. There's fire inside of them. And so they began to search out ways to light that fire. Decades ago, the Chroma Conclave left its scars on our world. And it was in these scars that they searched. If dragons of such power as the ones that were defeated could not bring dragons to rule, then more power must be found. More ancient power, more primal power. They began to look to Tiamat, who had been whispering influence into the ears of many. This drove them to old knowledge and an attempt to find a way to break the divine gate. If not for all of the gods, at least for her. In fact, just bringing her was the end goal. It seems that there has been some success. That an aspect, an avatar of Tiamat, has been summoned into this world. If they'd had the pick that you carry, we would not be having this conversation. Before that avatar could be brought into this world, your father, who was a draconic guardian of a type that is extremely rare, had to be killed. And a fracture in the veil between worlds had to be created. That would be the only way that she could have a part of herself here now. The fact that this physical manifestation of Tiamat, along with whatever destruction is happening, is near to where you all call home now, where you all have been keeping the pick, makes it seem as if they are making their move.
Well, I think we have a couple of people that we need to inform about this then. I think acting quickly is probably pertinent. And this fracture, is that something that we need to repair? Even if we can get Tiamat the aspect of back to where it needs to be, is it just going to pop back out again?
The tear will remain until another guardian is there to help guard it. The veil itself and the guardian are intertwined, and the death of your father weakened it enough to be torn.
Well, yeah, we definitely need to tell the others. And I think if you have time before we part ways, I wouldn't mind discussing maybe any advantages that you might be able to teach me.
Of course. Perhaps now is the best time. If word is received that Uthadern is under attack, I must aid them.
This is a DM question, Josh.
Mhm.
I'm straight up asking for a spell.
Yeah, I kind of figured that's what we had talked about. What I will say is you can, what I had said for this is you can pick a spell that they can teach you.
Mhm.
You will still need the money to put it into your spellbook, but you get
Yes,
to choose.
okay.
You do still get to choose the spell for free.
And then it's off of a preset list?
I'm letting you pick a spell.
Okay, gotcha.
So long as a wizard can cast it.
Perfect. If anybody has anything in the meantime while I look at this list.
Visati will come up to Varric. Brother, I need money.
Are you Milo in disguise?
It sounds as if a meeting with the assembly is imminent. I guess I'll ask. Breck, you shared with Varric that you had got that word from Trent. Did you guys share with anybody else? Did you share that with the group?
I thought I shared it with everybody.
With everybody? Okay. If that was the intent, then we'll go with that. Then she'll say, yeah. If we're getting called back to talk about all of the happenings, perhaps it's time to start putting some advantages on our side. If you give me 1,000 gold pieces, I can make us a dinner tonight that we will have. Give us a bit of extra strength in case things get wild.
Yeah.
I'll get 1,000 gold pieces.
1,000 gold piece dinner.
The dinner itself is inconsequential. It's for the components.
Yeah, can do.
I'll be back. And she puts a cloak hood over and exits. Gives a nod to Professor Whittaker. She opens the door. Hello. They nod at each other and walks out. I'll say with Grim and Ekamos over by Morgana, Nora for the first time has a minute to talk to Grim. She'll say, Johnny, you look different. What's different about you?
Yeah, I feel very different. God, it's been a while, hasn't it? It feels like it has.
It has. We've seen each other for maybe a couple of days over the last few months.
What was the last thing I told you? What I can't remember.
Well, if I remember correctly, the last news I had heard was that you had stopped a god or demigod from ascending and were working on talking with the Cerberus Assembly and going back to Hope's Bastion.
Well, we did stop a demigod. Well, they stopped a demigod. I died. I'm sure Morgana and Mumble told you. They weren't very happy that I ran in to try and save someone. But I did the best I could. Was close, didn't save them, and died for my efforts. And then as I was just floating, I saw the Raven Queen. And
Ew.
she gave me information that really just set me all over into many different areas and places. She said that she called me Zavarius and gave me hints as to where I'm from, which happens to be remnants of a city that has been long thought to be destroyed. And then I came back. And was able to do things that I wasn't able to before. After we stopped the demigod, I found out that Malachi is still alive somehow, some way, and I wouldn't have believed it, but I saw him with my own eyes in the flesh, and I didn't know what to do. I got scared, and then we ended up back at Hope's Bastion. And back at Hope's Bastion, things just kept getting worse and worse and worse. We ended up in a lost city above Hope's Bastion, which is even more confusing.
Grim, I'm going to stop you there because you sound very worried about all of these things. You're giving other names, the various, talking about old organizations and flying cities. What is your name?
Well, I've had many names in the past.
She slaps you. She just slaps you across the face. I said, what is your name?
My name is Grim.
And what are you?
I don't know. And I thought I did.
She slaps you across the face again. What are you?
I thought I made peace with everything.
Slap.
I really did.
You have a sword at your side and you're talking to your captain. I said, what are you?
I'll just look at her right in the eyes and I'll just yell as loud as I can. Nothing I've done has worked. It doesn't matter who I am because that doesn't work either. And I just start pacing back and forth and I'll tell her, everything that I've tried to become has not worked. I've tried to save someone's brother and they are dead. I tried to save a city, and I couldn't do it. I tried to save my friend, and he died. Right in front of me. And the only reason he's back is because my other friends were able to bring him back. Not because of me, it was because of them. I have been hopeless this entire time. Grim is who I am now, but it has not helped anyone. Maybe now it's time for me to revert back to who I was before, because maybe then I could actually do something. Maybe I should just start killing again, this time for fun, instead of for a job or instead of doing it for some noble cause, because that has not worked. Maybe I should start with her for what she did to Morgana. I don't know. I thought I made peace with who I was in the past, but maybe that was just me lying to myself again. Maybe that's who I need to become again in order to fix something, anything. And I'm not talking about this mysterious past that I was in this lost city. I'm talking about the past that I've spent so long trying to bury.
You've been like this before, with this mindset, with this emotion, with your eyes clouded. And when you found me again, when I found you, I told you one thing. That when you stepped onto that ship, you leave it behind. That you be free. And you've left my ship, and you've gone on with these fools, and now all of these things are back again. Johnny Grimm, you are my son, and you are a pirate, and you needn't be anything else in this world. That has always been enough for those around you, and your pursuit of meaning in the rest has left you shattered and broken. You are a pirate, and you would do best to not forget it. She hands you the bottle of what you suspect to be rum.
I will take a heavy, heavy chug of the rum and just walk up to her and give her just like kind of put her in an embrace, like just kind of be in the moment, kind of let all the anger go for a second, and then look at Morgana, give her the same thing, and just tell her that I'm sorry.
She flips you off.
And then, yeah, I'll just slump in a corner.
Nora will go slump down in the corner with you, just wordlessly, but she'll sit with you there.
I just don't know what the next steps are. And I don't know where this road is going to lead us. But it's getting really, really tricky.
Have you ever known where the road will lead you?
Well, I definitely did not think it would lead me to Malachi. I definitely didn't think it would lead me to a lost city. I should be amazed at these things, but I'm just terrified.
You think too much. Takes another swig on the bottle.
God, life on the ship is so much easier.
She'll just stay there wordlessly still. Getting drunker and drunker.
Yeah, I think I'll do the same.
Okay. Anybody got anything else? We lost an Ekamos, but it seems like he might be back. Didn't seem like he was at home. Hey, there we go.
Mother, can you teach me how to bond telepathically?
One of my specialties. It might take some time, but let's get started.
And just, just as I'm thinking about it, there is something else that would give us or at least me, a pretty substantial advantage recently. As he's kind of going through his pockets, realizing that he's completely and flat broke. Just kind of pulls it out, looks at the dust. Is there any chance that we might be able to reestablish my allowance?
She kind of giggles. I don't have anything on me right now, but perhaps if we can make our way to Uthodurn. The Order keeps their coffers there, perhaps.
Because we may need some funds here in the future. All right. Anyways, let's get to work. Very eager to learn this.
And unexpectedly, she starts projecting images into your head of teaching methods rather than going through a book or doing it academically. It's much more psychically initiated and happening in a kind of illusory space inside your mind.
I know Kung Fu.
Kinda. It's not so quick. But yeah, kind of in that way. Okay, anything for anybody else? Oh, we're still here? Okay, nothing heard. The question then is, what do you guys want to do next from here?
Ooh, I guess there would be one thing Milo would like to do after he's done getting uploaded. And he's going to go over to where Varric is. If he's still in the room with other people, he's just going to whisper the information that he just got from Zinnia and relay that over.
The information about the attacks?
It seems like we now have a bigger problem having to do with a aspect of Tiamat.
I feel like I say this all the time, but it never stops.
It doesn't. I mean, I've just been trying to restock my office this entire time, and I haven't been able to get back over there to do anything.
And where did it happen?
That's a good question. And Milo looks over at Zinnia. You said
Isocross.
close by.
Isocross. Specifically, Balin Post. Reports are Balin Post is gone.
You get any sort of direction on that?
Is it generally known where Isocross is, or?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you guys would 100% know where Isocross is. Let me send a map over your guys' way. Yeah, you guys would know very well.
Did they happen to mention a last sighted direction that it was headed?
I would say so. Generally speaking, what Zinni had said was
It's going to be
that
a Sasquatch.
she had generally said that there were divining mages who were starting to who were starting to look into where this was happening, and it seemed like across Isocross things were starting to happen. Balin Post in particular is a Cerberus Assembly outpost. But I believe she said there was an agent or two there who they told to come back right away. So let me work on that map here. Oh, come on. I want to get you a full Wildemount map so you can see where Isocross is in relation. Okay, dropped it in the Discord. And this is all of Wildmount on that map. Where you guys are at is pretty close to the middle, maybe northeast of the center, just a bit in that kind of circular, very open area under the text where it says Dwendalian Empire. Isle crosses up, straight up north. If you go across the frigid depths, it is a series of islands split by a river of lava. Balin Post is down there at the south. And in terms of a direction, what I would say is there were multiple reports of different directions. It seemed like it was on the move and like maybe going and hitting specific spots. Right now, I would say with Zinnia spending time with Milo working on spell stuff, the most recent report was that they were moving northwest. And the reason she's so concerned is if you look at the Crystal Sands Tundra, on the east side of that is where Uthadern is. So Uthadern is the largest city that is the closest to what's going on here. Maybe by Sayastill, but overall, because of the small amount of water in between Isocross and Crystal Sands Tundra, I would say, yeah, currently Zinnia is super worried about Uthadern. And dropped a map of Isocross in there as well. Because this is known, yeah, this is known stuff you guys would know. I would say maybe a couple of the things on there you wouldn't, but generally speaking, the towns and outposts you guys would know.
And is Milo still? He's still practicing, right?
No, I mean, we could say that's over. Yeah.
Okay. I'm thinking, even with this, I'm still thinking that we need to go talk to the leaders here in Whitestone about the prince before we take off anywhere. Am I off base here?
I mean, we could ask him what he plans to do.
Yeah, I mean, he may not even be aware of it yet. What do we want to do with our friend downstairs? Could the Order of the Black Rose use them in any capacity? Kind of glances over at Zinnia.
Yes. My concern is that the Assembly will use it as an excuse for all-out war with the Order. That seems like what they might be aiming for anyways, so it might be putting a piece on our side that wouldn't be there otherwise.
What about the prince?
Oh, is that not who you're talking about?
I was talking about our Volstrucker agent.
Vehas.
Yeah.
She might be useful in extracting some information. We have a couple of interrogative specialists who might be able to give us some valuable information against the Assembly. But the question does need to be asked. Do we put on our differences with the Assembly aside until the dragons are dealt with? They will use it. The situation, the prince, all of it.
I would say we'd want to do the same. Try and find an opportunity in some perfect storm. But, man, I don't know. They're better at that than we are. And this is going to be a big fight.
I mean, we should probably include the prince in the conversation.
I agree with that.
Brett, can you roll me a wisdom saving throw?
Uh-oh.
$25.
Cool.
Let's go talk to the prince.
Okay. Party goes back downstairs. He's sitting on the side of the bed with Princess Surya. He stands up as you walk in.
Is she like resting?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. We wanted to come see if you would like to have a conversation about where we go from here. Don't know if you want to do it here with the princess resting or just step outside.
No, I think I'd like to have the conversation here with her in my sight.
Fair enough. I'm assuming you're aware of everything the assembly is up to.
I wouldn't assume as much. We know of some things, and there is a back and forth between our family and the assembly, but I would be foolish to think I know everything they do. And I have been in a cell for some months.
I will tell him. Oh yeah, I don't think there's any reason to hold back information about them. I'll kind of catch him up to speed on stuff we've been dealing with the assembly and kind of what we know about them.
Okay. Red Wills, Trent, the Cobalt Soul, training, all of it.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to hold back from him.
One of the big things was that they knew of the draconic curse in such a way where they were prepping for it with antidotes, but not widely so. He'll take it all in. And for probably 3 minutes afterwards, he just sits quietly, just standing there, just thinking about all of it. And he says, and there's been no sign of lewdness in all of this. At Hope's Bastion and Wrexham Trum, anywhere?
Not that we've seen.
Trent must be taking the opportunity. This cannot be allowed. This brazen move against the Dwindles. But the Assembly is astute. And will have likely thought of every possibility that we could come up with. So we need to think of something that they would not expect. Put them on their back foot. Let them react to what we're doing. what you're doing. I assume you're all in this fight.
We are. We've been trying to protect our little town from their machinations.
Well, you have done so against, it sounds like, enemies from without and from within. And so long as I live, the line of Dwindles will not forget it. What of my father? If we could separate him from the assembly, get him on our side. He is the king, after all. What he says is law. Royal decree. If we can get the people on our side, perhaps that is enough. But anything we do that involves a fight will involve casualties. They will not give up this power easily.
Where is your father?
Normally in Rexentrum.
I assume that he's being held there, true, but like, if he's that close to the Surface Assembly and they have him under control, he's probably not being held in the throne room.
Your guess is as good as mine.
So what I got from our little friend downstairs is that they're basically at fault for your father's condition, or at least him not recovering from it.
Seems treasonous. I'm not king. Not so long as my father lives. But I may be able to use my status as prince. Perhaps speak to others. The Dwendalian army, the Dwendalian Empire, has some of the strongest military power in Exandria. Perhaps I can use that to our advantage in trying to find outside organizations to step in.
I mean, we do have a favor in Whitestone. That, or I guess, what's your current relationship with the Kryn?
Oh gosh, you see him maybe wince a little bit when you say the Kryn. He gives a, let's not get hasty. First we need time. And it sounds like things are moving very quickly. If you can get me to another capital city and buy me some time, I can work to make political moves. Let them know of what's happening. Let them know the assembly has gone rogue, at least some of them. Enough to be a big concern to the rest of the world. An army under the power of magic-hungry mages is a dangerous army indeed. One the rest of Exandria would like to not have against them, I would assume. But I still need time.
So Josh, like, what cities are we talking about?
Capital cities: Amon, Bazazan, Vasselheim. I mean, the big three, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
Like, are we going to the Kryn Dynasty? Or, like, Uthadern would be a capital city. The diarchy's there. Essentially, this is a chance to use the prince as a method of trying to recruit some help against this. But he's saying kind of above table, it's not immediate help. It won't solve the problem
Mhm.
immediately, but if you guys can buy time, then it might be future help that can push things one way or the other. And ultimately, the decision itself is a very impactful one in how things play out.
Mhm.
So I say capital cities, it can be a little more than what I said, but generally speaking, the big cities where there are centers of politics that would make it worthwhile.
I don't think getting him into any new location would be that difficult. Even doing it secretly.
Honor steps forward. I can escort him, give him some illusory disguises, him and the princess. Make sure they stay safe.
Yeah, you are pretty good at magic, aren't you? We might need to speak later, just after this whole situation.
She just, with her blood red eye, raises her eyebrow. Right.
Milo shoots a thumbs up back. Which city in the Menagerie coastline is considered, or is there one? Because it's kind of a.
Yeah, the Menagerie Coast. Are you in character, out of character?
This is in character, yeah.
In character. Yeah. Let me make sure I'm getting his name right. Prince Idis, not Idle. Idis Dwindle. Prince Idis says, "Well, the Menagerie Coast is a series of city-states. Nicodranus would be the likely place where I could speak with the most people there. So if we're going to the Menagerie Coast, I would say likely Nicodranus, potentially Port Damali as well.
But if you went to one, your influence in the others would be somewhat fractured. This is kind of
Perhaps communication between the cities is very common. The Clovis Concord has an alliance between themselves. I think going to Nicodranus or Port Damali would be close to equally effective with their communication. There is also Marquette, the city of Ancurel and Marquette. Could be a potential ally. I am less familiar with the politicians and ways of the desert continent, but perhaps that would be an advantage in this case.
And we have zero influence down in Marquette. The reason why I was asking about the Menagerie Coast is I am assuming that a lot of the trade in products that come in through here to Rexentrum even probably come in through the Menagerie Coast, which might give you even a heavier bargaining chip with influence on that side. And then with Uthadurn, we already have some influence up there. Iman
would be-
probably the same way. I'm sure that you would be able to do a lot in Iman.
The Menagerie Coast would be heavily affected by any actions the Assembly takes. Although we must be careful. Their proximity might mean the Assembly's fingers are already there. Especially if they're talking about defending from the oncoming attacks.
That is a very valid point.
I've been away. I'm less familiar with the way things are. Perhaps... Yes. Perhaps I think it would be appropriate to name you all advisors to the prince. Official titles, and then that way, wherever I go, I can say it was on the advice of my advisors.
I feel honored. Thank you. Does that come with a possible pay bump by chance?
Let's get through this first. Return the throne to the Dwindles, and then we can discuss pay.
Right. Let's make sure the Gilmores is still there tomorrow.
What say you, Bastion's Watch? Where will the prince be sent?
I think the safest bet is somewhere not on the continent. So we're looking at most likely Iman or Vasselheim. Unless we want to try with Mark. You're muted, by the way. Unless we want to try with Marquette, which we don't know much about.
Vasanti speaks up. There is the grove. Close, but still hidden. I need to check something real quick.
The only problem,
She doesn't know that. Okay.
well, the problem I see with that is if it's found out that he's there, that is not a place that can defend itself as well as some of the others. I wouldn't want to endanger them.
She looks to Breck. Breck, you're War Master. This is the Prince. What if we just guard him with Righteous Brand soldiers? Not the Assembly.
I don't see why that would be an issue at all. I'd have to get in touch with Grandick to even see if he can get us any soldiers for that.
It would come at the cost of whatever is coming next from the dragons. Just a thought.
Now, if we're looking to potentially keep him on the move, just in a constant state of motion, the Alcantara is not a horrible choice. I mean, it's a warship. It can house plenty of soldiers.
I do like the idea of you being mobile. How many strings can you pull from there?
It would be slower to not interact face to face, but it could be done through magic. Perhaps some enchanted mirrors. It would take more time to get established, but it would be possible. I can make way to this Alcantara, and after getting there, talk to you all about who I should speak with, where my time would be best served.
I do have a question. After all this is said and done, provided we all survive whatever is coming, what is your plan going forward? Your father's not getting any younger. I guess, what's the empire gonna look like?
That's a very large question. At this point, I don't know. Who knows what this chaos will bring? But what I have been taught and what has kept the Empire strong for centuries is strength. If we can wrestle control of the Empire back from the Assembly, if we can stop the onslaught of the Mother of Dragons herself, who can threaten the Empire? None. We would be mighty. We would be mighty. And our strength could help keep peace in Wild Mountain beyond.
You would extend your reach beyond what's currently the Empire.
If it is needed, if our might can protect others. This world is full of monsters, things who want to tear us apart. Imagine if the Empire could protect us all of Exandria.
I feel like Milo would shoot Varric a glance of uneasiness.
Above table? That's why I asked, man.
This dude's grasping at the ring, man.
This man's in cahoots with him. He knows what's going on. Let's get the king out the way. Johnstown Prince is a maniac.
Red flag. Red flag.
I don't know. Sounds like he's just trying to protect people, man.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he's
With an iron fist.
DM question.
Sure.
Is Zarm part of the Alcantara crew?
Yeah, currently, yeah. I was making sure that all the NPCs, I knew where they were. Zarm is currently on the Alcantara. Yeah.
Sweet.
And I said Bazzoxan for the capital of the dynasty. Rosohna, not Bazzoxan.
You had no resistance from me, my man.
I know what you're talking about.
I was like, sure, man. Yeah, right there with you.
One of the dynasty cities.
What time is it currently?
Nighttime, yeah.
It is nighttime.
I would say probably like midnight-ish. You guys slept during the day. Went to Whitestone at the beginning of the night. Now we've spent some time. I think there was like probably about a couple hours in the bar at first with some important talking, some light talking, and then moving to the house to discuss things with the pirate crew.
And this is a furnished house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lightly. It's not like a lived-in house, but there's some like light furnishings. Air D&D.
Air D&D. Milo's gonna kind of just whisper out to Varric, are we gonna need maybe just a moment? Maybe get the group together and deliberate on our own for a little bit? This is not a bad place to rest until the morning, when I think we might want to go talk to the leaders of Whitestone.
That's not a bad idea.
And we can discuss in private more on where we want to send the prince.
Yeah, we can do that. Are you tapped out?
I'm exhausted, man. I can do some low level stuff right now, but I got nothing as far as the higher stuff.
What is low level to you?
Anything above second level is gone.
Ah. Sending is third.
Yep. I could rest for an hour and get a little bit back if you need something specific and urgent.
While you guys are figuring this out, I'm gonna go. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
I kind of want to talk to Zarm.
That's not a bad. Yeah, that's a good message. I was figuring if he's on the boat, he could lock that boat down and pretty much just take it off the map completely. You wouldn't be able to find it via magic or anything like that as long as he's on the boat. Makes me feel a lot better about sending the prince there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to chat with him if possible.
Also, I would like to chat with him in person. Personal reasons. I also believe Breck might want to get back to the Alcantara here shortly, so maybe we head over there after we talk.
Where is it docked? Is it still in Icehaven?
Icehaven, I think, somewhere around there.
Okay. I wonder if he can come to us.
I'm sure that he can.
Who are you talking about?
Zarm.
You guys are in Whitestone right now? Let me check his character sheet. He could get you guys by morning. Just knowing his magic. Varric, you spent a couple weeks with him. Yeah, he can get over. He knows a couple circles on Tal'Dorei. He can't do full teleport, but he knows a couple circles on Tal'Dorei, and then could polymorph from there.
Yeah, all I need is an hour of resting. I could send out a message to get him here.
Cool.
Well, then I'm going to go ahead and go talk to Honor. And during that time, while we're discussing things, would I be able to take a rest, or is it too vigorous to jot down notes?
I say you got to pick one or the other.
Okay. Well, it's got to be the arcane recovery then for right now.
Okay, got it.
So I will take a short rest.
Okay, anybody who wants to can mark a short rest. If anybody wants to call for a scene, they can. But if not, then we can just mark some short rests. Say an hour has passed. We'll be about between 1 and 2 a.m. in the morning. Quiet outside Whitestone. It's not like eerie or anything, but you guys are still in the shadow of the Sun Tree. And even from inside, you hear just kind of wood creaking, but in a louder, more booming way than you've heard it before. It's almost like at first you hear creaking and you think, wow, this house is like, am I looking up to see the house leaning? You don't hear anything. It just kind of reverberates quite a bit. Even at night as the wood expands and contracts in the cold and different temperatures. And short rest is marked. If you want to take a short rest, then you are free to use arcane recovery.
This house might be haunted. But I do feel a lot better. All right.
I feel like all of Whitestone is haunted.
It's taken some hits recently. Last couple decades. Oh, you know what? I had that slot, so I will get a fourth one undone. So you just want, you're just looking for Zom to show up, right?
If possible, yeah.
Does anybody else need anything from the Alcantara that I might be able to mix into the message?
I do have to throw it out there. We did, I think, determine at the end of the second arc, the goblin from Lushgut who makes the mushrooms is on the Alcantara.
That's right.
Just a friendly
Cargo hold of that boat is probably loaded by now. Hey, you want to bring some of those mushrooms with you? All right, I'm gonna go.
If you want to let him know in the bottom right corner of my desk, just to grab 2,000 gold. That'd be
Okay.
super helpful.
That would be helpful. Okay. I will cast this at. I'm gonna go ahead and cast it at 4th level.
Oof.
That doesn't do anything special, right? It just
No.
can't add to the
Honestly,
wounds.
though, I feel like if I was designing the spell for every level above 3rd that you cast, you get like an extra 10 words. Or something.
An extra 10 words.
Yeah. You know what? Not right now. We'll homebrew that for the next game.
Maybe later. All right.
Yeah, maybe later.
Good. Easy to work on. Zarm. For a second. Where are we right now? What is this location called? Or I guess we could just meet him at the bar.
Mm-hmm. Champions Goodbye is the bar.
Champions Goodbye. Zarm, need you immediately meet at Champions Goodbye. That's a one word, right? Goodbye is one word.
Yeah.
In Whitestone.
It's 10 so far.
In bottom right corner drawer. Bring 2,000 gold for Breck.
6 words left.
In Breck's desk.
3 words left.
See you soon.
Got it. Let me check map for Tal'Dorei real quick. There's not an easy one. Okay. He would get back. You kind of hear him wake up a little bit on the first part of the message. Okay, yeah, I'll be there as soon as I can. Probably a few hours.
All right, he's on his way.
Are you guys gonna wait for Zarm? Is that the idea for you guys to wait till he gets there?
I don't think there's much that I can do until morning,
Okay.
with the intent of going to speak to the leaders of Whitestone. How you guys feeling about that plan?
I'm fine with
I
talking
do-
with them.
I do have 1 5th level spell left. I actually did have that left. So if anybody wants another sending spell to a different location, I can do that.
I did have nothing. It's unrelated to what you just said, but I did have another thought. As much as he was looking for her, has anyone talked to Sheen? Like, does she even know? I will will take that as a no.
I think since we've gotten here, the entire thing was like pretty quick on these two are asleep. We got to wake them up. That's pretty much all we've had time for. So I do not think anyone's talked to Sheen yet.
Does someone want to?
It's all yours, buddy. Go for it.
What? I mean, I feel like this is like an ECMO thing, if anything. But obviously, above table technical difficulties. But
I'm almost home, like 10 minutes. So
we'll table it. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
We'll discuss Shane in a minute.
no.
We'll talk to Sheen when you get back. Okay.
Fair enough.
Well, if you guys, if you need, if you want to sending, go ahead and go find me. I'm gonna go talk to Caleb real quick. Just a real short conversation about a few things.
Only conversations you ever have are about spells or money.
I'm finding it hard to say that's untrue.
Figured.
I mean, we did talk about snacks that one time, but okay. Anyway,
Okay. You grab Professor Widowgast, is what it sounds like.
yes.
Yeah, you open the door and you see what looks to be almost like a mercenary guard standing outside. Right outside the door.
Was looking for somebody that was supposed to be here. Red-haired guy. Did you see where he went?
It is me, Milo.
Ah, okay. Yeah, right. Okay, that's pretty good. I need help.
What do you need help with?
I kind of fill him in on kind of what Zinniad had heard and what's going on. If you have anything that you can teach me to help us in what's coming, I think now is a great time.
I think I have a thing or two I can teach you.
And then from him, I think Scry would be a good one.
Okay. I will tell you, particularly he has a spell that nobody else is going to have, just to throw in a little bit of information for you. He does have Widowgast Web of Fire. That's a 4th level spell, verbal somatic material. Strike your palms upon the ground, cause a web of flame to crackle out and streak towards up to 5 creatures the caster can see within 60 feet. The fire then explodes upwards into a column of flames. Each target must make a dex throw, taking 8d6 on a failed, half on a success. Or all 5 streaks can converge on a single target, intensifying the damage to 12d6 fire. Fire can travel over objects up to 5 feet high, but cannot travel through water. Flammable objects in the path are ignited.
I am going to. Man, that's very tempting, but I am going to stick with Scry.
Okay,
that is
sure.
like so Caleb flavor that it's
I
hard
just
to
had,
rip
I just
away.
had to throw it out there. That's a spell that Liam wrote. So
Yeah,
if
that
you wanted
screams,
a
yeah.
very custom Caleb spell. That would be it.
Milo kind of like listens to Caleb when he kind of talks about that a little bit with intrigue and makes a mental note of it for later.
He goes, "Don't you want to see the fire?"
I'm very curious about the fire, I must admit.
It's very good. Very good.
I'd be curious, honestly. I've been able to change the elemental composition of the spells that I use to something else, so I'd be curious to see what it does when other things are applied to it.
Could be quite interesting. But no, let's go with what you want.
Yes, I think this for the coming days ahead, this will be much more useful.
And you still have to get the money for the spellbook pages, but you can learn scrying now as well as soon as you have that.
And then I'd immediately run over to Honor. I am ever so studious.
And you can get one from her as well. That will leave 2 left overall.
We're gonna take Hold Monster from her.
Okay.
Kind of seems like that's in her wheelhouse, so that's what we'll be requesting from her. If nobody needs this to send any sort of messages, I'd honestly feel a little bit safer about maybe casting a private sanctum on this house. Nobody disagrees.
I think it's pretty smart. The only, like, if we really needed to talk to somebody, like, pulling at straws here, the only person I can think of that would was kind of spitballing here was just what's his face, Aerolith, the guy we saved from Zydel, to see like what's going on back there or like what he's been doing. But I don't think that would really help out much. That would just be more of like a, hey, what's going on with Trent? What did he ask you? You know?
Yeah, like a quick update. And we
Yeah,
could always
like-
we could always step outside of the area if we need to do that too. So
Yeah.
I
That
wouldn't
was
be
like the
mad
only
if we
person I
did.
could think of if we wanted to check in, but that was it. I think
If-
everyone who we have is either dead or that's pretty much it.
If we reached back there, I would reach back to someone more trustworthy to ask those kind of questions. Because he doesn't know us well enough to not mention, hey, we're checking to see what they're up to.
Yeah, or is
Because what? Squall is back there, Michonne's back there.
Lars Dulcel Dwarf or whatever his name is.
You
He's
guys don't
back
know where
there,
he
right?
Angus.
He may not be
Angus.
there. He may not be there.
That guy
I
disappeared.
don't know where he
man.
went.
We will be determining that in a different session.
I didn't think he was gonna take us excluding him from our meeting so hard. Thought it was a funny joke. He seriously took it hard. Oh, before I forget, after I cast this, I gotta dip out and go get Zarm because he's just probably hanging out over there.
So Milo casts Private Sanctum, goes, excuse me, to the bar, the tavern, I should say, goes to pick up Zarm. Oh, hey Milo, good to see you. What's going on?
Man, so much stuff, which we will be discussing very shortly. You ready?
Right. Sure, let's go.
All right, man. Also, just later on we need to hook up just to discuss a few things.
Yeah, sure.
And I would think that they probably discuss maybe some new magics that they learned along the way.
Not along the way, they won't. No, they'd be walking. You can't do that while walking.
Oh no, I mean just RP wise.
Oh, okay, I see. I gotcha. Yeah.
Like, what new things have you discovered recently?
Actually, I'm going to ask that you say what you're going to talk about.
Yeah. Have you learned anything kind of cool recently?
Me? Oh, a couple spells here and there, but nothing that you wouldn't have heard of. How are you guys doing? I've just been cooped up on Alcantara. Not really a boat guy.
Oh man. Well, I'm gonna fill him in on what's been going on with the recent news. Get him caught up.
Everything?
I really don't see. Nothing's coming to mind that I would want to keep from him at the moment. What does he know? I don't know what he even knows at this point. Like, the dude's been part of everything.
He would listen to everything. I mean, if you're
Yeah.
telling him everything, you're telling him everything. If there's specific things you want to leave out, I just want to make sure that by me responding to certain things that have happened that you would intend to tell him.
Let's say that I fill him in on the fact that there is an aspect of Tiamat raging war across the land, and that we have the prince about 100 meters in the direction that we're heading, and then kind of give him up to date on that.
He kind of slows down when you say that and narrows his eyes.
Wait. Like Dwindle Prince?
Yeah,
Oh, shit. I can't be here. I can't be here.
you'll be fine.
No. I gotta fucking go. I gotta go.
Hey, Varric is the one that requested us talk, and you know how he is. Don't make this. He will come after you, and you know he will. Come on, man, you'll be fine.
All right, fine. Continues ahead.
The whole thing's
this-
been sanctumed already. Nobody's gonna be looking.
All right.
You don't even have to talk to the prince or see him.
Oh, that'd be great. He'd probably
Yeah.
try and order somebody to kill me on sight, if so. How about this? I got an idea.
And he casts. Does he have that? No. So I have to go big. Oh, that's big. Okay, seeming on himself. Looks like a gnome version of Zarm.
Not bad.
He also makes your clothes look like his clothes. So you're now Zarm Clothes Milo.
I'm actually okay with this. You were a pretty sharp dresser before, so.
Oh, well.
And he just kind of like, get a little skip in his step as he keeps going. And you guys get back to the house, open the door, and hit it.
I would take him the most subtle route away from the prince to Varric immediately.
Okay, sure. Just kind of give his head nods and everything.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Yeah, look who's here.
Customary middle finger.
Fuckface, good to see ya.
I need to talk to you in private.
Okay. Me?
Yes, you.
All right, fine. Let's go. Sorry, Milo, but everyone's talking private.
Is there like a room in the place that we could use? Actually, it's probably not a good idea. We'll find somewhere else.
Okay.
Probably go outside the house and see if we can find somewhere to have a conversation in private.
Sure. Yeah, you guys can find a place. You can go back to the tavern, find a corner there. There's loud noise around, so it's pretty muffled. Back alley, not many people out right now.
Yeah, we can go back to the tavern.
Okay.
And I'm gonna kind of fill him in on the last bit of what the prince was saying.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking back at our conversation that him and I had on Discord, and it's like, it seems like there could be an issue later.
Mhm.
A very large issue. It seems like I have two people who may be of a similar mind clashing. I guess I would just kind of see if I can get updates on like kind of how the dynasty is doing, if he keeps track of that.
I get rumors here and there. The Bright Queen certainly isn't getting any less bloodthirsty. Sounds like she may be getting antsy with the treaty happening. Or the treaty been going on for years now. And no outlet for the things she feels. But what the prince said and things she says sound pretty similar. Influenced by somebody who is trying to justify what comes next.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what to do, because the primary concern is that my people are good, and any kind of war happening in this land is it's going to have its ripple effects.
Look, the dynasty includes goblins and orcs and minotaurs, all those other species who aren't the drow. And another war would send many of us to our deaths. I mean, not me, I'm good. Fuck the dynasty. But there would be many goblins who died in that war. Both nations would use the dragon attacks to gather weapons, to gather forces. And idle armies make for big expenses.
What would you do?
Do you want the cheesy answer or do you want the realistic answer?
Realistic.
Figure out who I can trust. Figure out who wasn't addicted to power. Really, truly find out who has good intentions for people other than their own. And try and make friends with them. Because those who are addicted to power will never give it up. The Bright Queen, unless she's forced, will never give it up. And humans have a short lifespan and tend to want to get things done as quick as possible.
The issue we're looking at right now is that we have two individuals who want the power, and then you have the assembly who wants power. It doesn't seem like there's a good option right now.
What if we gave them a common enemy? So that they fight together instead of each other.
Want the dragons?
Maybe. Maybe something a little more sophisticated. Planned.
I'm assuming you have something in mind?
Maybe. I could get together a group of people strong enough to make it look like any group of people is doing anything. Illusion magic's powerful. Or we could make a plan that there isn't two leaders who want to fight each other. One bloodthirsty leader is easier than two. Less volatile for them to not go after each other.
I mean, given the current state of things, that plan would be fairly easy. Where do you see your path taking you after this plays out? Or, I mean, you've forsaken the dynasty. I can't see you wanting to be a part of the empire.
I don't know. Maybe back to Lushgut? The plums on the Menagerie Coast are just... I've told you about the bush many times. There's no way you don't remember.
No, I do.
Good. I don't know. I have stopped trying to plan my future. This world often puts things at my feet. And I either respond to them or I don't. The rest is just details. And right now, the stability of our continent is sitting in a place that can be pushed. And we could push it one way or the other. And then I could help more with that, or go find more plums, or go to Silra and explore some there.
Just trying to remember where the Lushgate Forest was.
North Menagerie Coast.
You know, your favorite place isn't too far from mine.
Well, then maybe in this situation where we can push the balance of this continent, we can push it in favor of our favorite places. Move some of the pieces ourselves.
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Well, Varric, I think you've proven to me that you have a very interesting way to look at things. I'll follow your lead. Just point me in the right direction.
Can I have done something retroactively?
Hmm?
Could I have, well, I guess it's up to Breck, but could I have grabbed the sending stone from him?
So long as Breck would have been willing to hand it over.
Cool. Means I have one to give. And I will give it to Zarm.
Okay.
He says, where should I go now? Don't really want to see Lightstone.
I think Milo wanted to talk to you.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's right. He's bugging me for more spells.
Yeah.
You got my
what he
gold
does.
arm.
Oh, yeah, here's the 2,000 gold you asked for. And 3 doses of mushrooms.
Ooh.
Is he here? Or are they like at the bar?
We were at the bar, but if there's nothing else to talk about, I would assume they would just
Yeah.
go back.
Yeah, we
Okay.
go back.
You guys see Varric and Gnome's arm come back through the door.
Yeah, I would. I'd flag him down.
Mhm.
I think last time we spoke, you said something about like a gravity sinkhole. Where were you? Did you ever figure that out?
There is gravity sinkhole. There is also. Have I told you about temporal shunt?
You have not.
No, you can actually send somebody forward in time by about 6 seconds.
Let's talk more about that.
Yeah.
And he tells you about the spell Temporal Shunt. It's a reaction. Send somebody forward in time 6 seconds.
I have a request, Josh.
Mhm.
Can I cap out the last two with these two spells from Zarm?
I was really not expecting you to get all 5 spells immediately in the first half of the first session we were doing.
Because
after I
the
talked to you
last
about
guy I
this.
got to go talk to is a little bit obscure, and that would have been for Teleportation Circle. But I forgot about the Dunamancy spells that aren't on the list.
Yeah, I would say you could do one now and one later.
Okay, that's totally cool.
Yeah.
If we're doing one now, one later, let's stick with the gravity sinkhole.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
I'm very curious about that temporal shunt, though.
Mhm.
We're gonna have
Fun
to see
stuff.
how that works on later. Yeah.
It's save or suck, so it's real punishing, but if you can get it off, it's awesome.
Zarm, man, you're always just on the creative side of things.
You know, I'm a goblin. I'm a wizard. I think about things a little differently. That's all.
You do have an interesting perspective, that is for
Eh,
sure.
You know, I was a bear too for a while. Not everybody was a bear.
That is, yeah, it's
Yeah.
a unique viewpoint.
Yep.
I don't know how to talk about that. I don't know where to start the bear conversation.
Yeah. I don't really either. It's just awkward when I bring it up, so I'll stop.
No, I mean maybe later. Maybe
No,
over the-
no, clearly you're uncomfortable. I'm just, I got turned into a bear for 10 years by a wizard. Well, Drew turned me back, but I was uncomfortable.
do have follow-up questions.
Okay. All right, we're still in the house. We got Josh back here. Let's do Ekamos talking to Sheen.
Boy.
Yeah, Sheen's here. Ekamos, you spend some time with Morgana. Nora and Grim kind of go off on their own. But she does kind of approach you and while you're with Morgana and look, I don't mean to be rude or pushy, but I don't really know what's going on.
This is Sheen.
Yeah, it's just Sheen.
I'll stand up. Ekamos will stand up and be like, "You're Sheen."
And she's like wearing like monk garb. It's not like themed like Cobalt Soul colors or anything. It looks just kind of more generic gray stuff. It is super beat up and raggedy though. She wasn't a self for quite a while. She's dirty. She stinks. But she looks grateful but confused.
Yeah. I'll kind of guide her to have a seat with me.
Mhm.
And just kind of lay it down on her. So yeah. I don't know if Rufus had told you who I am, but I'm Ekamos. We actually met a while ago. Near a forest area, near the Velvet Thicket, and I was in a bad spot. He was in a bad spot. I ended up saving him from some goblins, and so yeah, we just built a really good bond for a couple years. We ended up getting picked up by some gnomes, and we got with the rest of this group. But yeah, Rufus has passed away.
What does me getting rescued have to even do with Rufus? She looks shocked, like you punched her in the gut, but really just still confused.
Well, he told me a lot about you, so I figured I'd at least let you know what had happened to him. You mentioned a bunch of times that you guys were training partners for a while, so I figured I'd at least let you have the honor knowing that he's no longer here.
How was he looking? I was looking for him. How did he even find me? I saw some 2 or 3 times a weird aberration of him.
I think that was him trying to communicate with you.
He can't be dead, Ekmos.
I saw a side of him I don't ever want to see, and last I remember seeing him alive, he was falling from the sky, and then.
So what was all of this for? Why did you rescue me? Why did he appear to me? None of this makes any fucking sense.
He didn't die until after the fact of trying to rescue you.
And you get this look of almost like kind of envy or jealousy on her face.
Mm.
And this wasn't how it was supposed to be. I
No,
knew something bad was going to happen.
Yeah,
I knew I had to find him.
I know.
Where is he?
From what I remember last was his body still up in the city that's fallen down near Bastion's Watch.
Actually, I'm pretty sure his body was teleported.
Oh, teleported. Okay.
It's sitting outside the city.
In the tree kind of
Lined.
roots.
Yeah. The roots, yes.
The roots.
His body's not too far from the city. I definitely would like to take you back. That way you can at least, have that moment. I know I've gone through some loss, and it's not the best, but again, I don't know how well your relationship was with him, but he did mention you a lot, so I figured I'd at least let you know.
She's very quietly, yes, I'd like to go back with you. And she almost looks dazed, just staring out into space blankly.
Okay, do you need something to eat or something to drink?
I'm fine.
Okay.
It should have been me who saved him, she says after about 5 minutes of silence. It should have been me who saved him.
I know.
He shouldn't have needed you. I should have been there with him. Now he's fucking dead. And you couldn't save him.
Yeah. Well, you know how he used to be. He'd always kind of go in head first and not quite have a full plan. And that, I hate to say it, could have been his demise, because you know how Rufus is, so.
Just get me back to him as soon as you can, please.
Absolutely.
She just goes quiet.
I'll look over to Morgana and be like, "Are you good?"
She just goes, "What the fuck is wrong with her?"
If you want to go back to the room, I can tell you.
Let's get out of here. She's all mopey and like, I know he died, but that was weird.
Well, he was my best friend's friend, so I feel even more weird.
Yeah, let's fucking go.
Okay, let's go.
Morgana goes. She grabs a bottle of rum from Captain Nora as you guys leave. And I think with that, it's probably a good place to take a break. We're about halfway through here, so let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back and move on to the next thing. Be thinking about what you guys want to do when you come back. It is 1:03 Pacific now. Let's come back at 1:18. See you guys in a few. All right. So we pick up where we were. Sheen not doing so great. Morgana awake. Princess Surya awake. The prince ready to work with Bastion's watch and ready to go to bat against the Cerberus Assembly, politically at least, once the party gives him a destination. But for now, it's decided that he'll be on the Alcantara with honor there to guard him. Some conversations with Zinnia, some filling in on what's been going on behind the scenes. We'll say it's been enough time that dawn becomes dawn. You start to see the morning sky peek through the windows, and as the sun hits the sun tree, it's almost as if the warmth reflects off the tree itself and feels comforting. Almost as if and I'll change the vibe for this actually a little bit now that we're here in the day. Yeah. And the sun hits the sun tree, and a warm, comforting light, even through the window here, as everybody is kind of solemnly or tensely discussing things or figuring out what's next, digesting what's happening. The sun brings comfort. The sun brings warmth. And all of you, for a brief moment, when the sun first hits you, feel that peace. And then it passes, and you're left feeling a little bit calmer as you look around to the rest of the party. To the prince, to the pirates, to the wizards and mages. And decide what you want to do next.
So what are going to be our next steps?
Vasati will speak up. Well, it sounds like the assembly. A discussion with the assembly is impending. Nobody says anything. The prince will speak up. Well, I suppose being the one of royal descent here, we have two fronts that threaten the Empire and its citizens, that threaten us. Betrayal from within and attacks from without. I'll go with your friend Honor here to the Alcantara, while the rest of you return to Hope's Bastion. Speak with the Assembly, and hopefully by time. And decide what to do from there. Do you all have a way to get back?
Yeah, I think I got that covered.
Good. Well then.
there's nothing left to do but to step forward. We all stand here working to be saviors of the Empire, to cut out the rot and raise the shield. All of your names will go down in history as heroes for what you have done, even up until this moment. And the tales will grow every step forward that you take. The Dwendals owe Bastion's watch for their existence, for our lives. Let everyone here who wishes fall under the Dwendalian banner. Pirate, soldier, mage. The Empire accepts you now. And we beseech you to fight. Go with the gods. He kind of gives a pat on his chest. For the Empire!
Milo gives it a good thumbs up.
Honor steps up. Whenever you're ready, Your Majesty. It says, good luck, my new friends. And you see Honor cast a spell. And her, Surya, and Idis bamf out of there.
But right before she casts the spell, I'll just look at Honor and just tell her, please come back to me.
She says back, I will.
Did Zarm go with them? Or is he still here with us?
I'll say a conversation can be had between you and him where he will do either of those things.
I would say to go with them.
Then Gnome's arm would go as well.
Oof.
So what was the plan with the homegirl that's in the cell or whatever?
Are we gonna like have her as a double agent shit or no?
I would love to slit her throat. Oh my god. I can't. Oh, please, just let me kill her.
Throat neck is just asking for it, huh?
Please, just let me slit that throat neck, please.
Are you saying this out loud in character?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Nora grabs you by the collar and throws you against the wall. And she throws you into a room. Or rather, not into a room, but like kind of sideways into the wall. Like pushes you up against the wall, throws you up against the other one. And she takes off her hat and puts it on your head. And she takes off her cutlass and gives it to you. And she has like a pirate's trench coat, right? And she takes that off and gives it to you. You seem to have trouble. Says you seem to have trouble remembering who you are. These are the items worn by the captain of the last song.
Don't you do it, Josh. I'm not ready.
She grabs you by the scruff of the collar again and says, I have seen nobody in my life who is more of a pirate than Johnny Grimm. If you do not know who you are, then go back to the seas and find it. She She puts the coat over your shoulders, pushes the sword against your chest. You are a pirate, Johnny Grimm. You needn't be anything more than that.
You know, even a pirate has pretty bad days in war. And you know we're going into a war. We're gonna have to do things that aren't pretty. But I won't do the things that I did in the past. I know who I am. And I won't lose sight of that again.
I would
But
expect
things will
nothing
get
less.
ugly. Things are gonna get ugly. And I will do whatever it takes to protect my crew. It may not always be pretty. But pirates aren't necessarily known for being clean.
She goes, well, yeah, just look at Morgana. She goes, hey, fuck you! She turns back and she says, I would not expect anything less from the captain of the last song.
Are you sure about this?
You question me?
Less of a question of you and more of me.
Well, then don't question me and you'll be fine.
What will you do?
I'll be on the damn ship. You're not getting rid of me that easy.
But after that, you and I both know you didn't want to stay in the ship forever. That time is coming a lot quicker than I thought.
Well, maybe I'll put on my own search for some hope in this world. But let's get through this, no? We've got things to do now. We've got a mission. No need to think about the future until after that.
If this is what you wish, then I will not question it.
It's not what I wish, it's what I order.
Then I will gladly take this sword and this hat and this coat and this mantle, and I will lead the last song. And I will never question it again. And as I do that, I will take off the necklace that she had given me, place it in the palm of her hand and close it, and tell her, I know who I am. I don't think I need this anymore.
She takes it, puts it around her neck. Well, then I'll keep it safe for you.
You better. Apparently it's expensive.
I don't know. Looks rather shitty workmanship to me. She turns to the pirates that are left in there. All right, you lousy bunch of pirates. Get back to the last song. She turns. We'll meet you in Ice Haven.
Meet you there. Take care of my shit.
She kind of just gets a look. Yes, Captain. And the pirates are off. I think that leaves Zinnia, Professor Widowgast, and Visati. And the 5 of you.
I would like to talk to Zinnia.
Sure.
Also in private.
Change the vibe up a little bit here. Yeah. You guys go to the room.
Recent conversations have kind of put some thoughts into my head, and I wanted to kind of follow up with you and see what are the Rose's intentions. If they still are what we talked about prior.
They are.
So how do you guys feel having an important figure in your midst?
It's a very complicated question, Varric. The Dwendals are looked at with scorn among many that I know. This music's a little light, also. I'm going to change this. It's a little light. I was like, all right, let's go here. A little light.
Studio Ghibli vibes.
I know, right? Exactly. I marked it as neutral ambient. It is not. I didn't relabel that one. I find that attacking things in a level of prioritization, as boring as that sounds, is the most effective way to move forward. What is the most likely thing to end the Order's existence today, in this moment? And I don't know what that is in this moment. There's the Dwendals, the Assembly, powerful families in the Empire, the dragons, Tiamat herself. And I need time to figure out what is the most pressing. Is the fact that Idis Dwendal himself is now in our care directly an opportunity? It would be hard to see it as anything but. But I also have to remind myself that those who have oppressed us dehumanized us in the same way. Idis Dwendal is still a human being, still a man with faults and goodnesses. We do have an opportunity here, but we cannot lose ourselves within that opportunity.
Oh, she wasn't in the room when he was saying what he was saying, was she?
I don't believe so.
So I will tell her what he was saying.
Yeah.
There is no good option for that throne.
There's not often good options for any throne. Benevolent rulers come very few and far between. You don't get to be that powerful while still being for the good of others.
I may ask, what does the Rose's end game look like? In a perfect world.
A sovereign state of elves on Wildmount, where elves of any kind can come for refuge. Drow, Paladin elves, elves on Wildmount in the Empire. We've thought about trying to mount a full-scale occupation of Malaismere, but to do so would suffer consequences. That place is cursed. But we cannot take Bysaeus Till. The Grove is still newly discovered on this continent, and your kind, or your kin, seem skittish. The dynasty is the dynasty. They have their own way of doing things. Luthadern is safe for now. The diarchy is a beautiful model for coexistence. Dwarves and elves ruling beside each other. As a council. Together. They're still monarchs. Well, diarchs. But there is a check there. They can balance each other. We want elves to be safe. We don't want them to be persecuted. We don't want them to be looked at as obstacles. We have our own histories. We have our own culture. We would like to see those brought back. Brought to the surface. Not relegated to the books, to the libraries, to history. We want to celebrate as elves. In the center of Malaismere, there was a garden. It was beautiful when the city was still alive. There's one rose still alive in that garden. When it grew, when the city was alive, it was the purest ivory petals you could ever dream to see. There was magic in it. Right in the center, the heart of the city. When the city died, it turned black. It still is there today. We hope that that rose stands for the resilience of the elves, and that one day the colors will return to an ivory white.
Can't find the notes I had for that, but what is it that Varric's grandmother said he was?
Nanwananar, the rising sun. Or the returning sun.
So basically like the champion of like the Grove kind of deal.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah, exactly. I believe the way it was put, if I remember correctly, and that's probably why it's not in your notebook, was... Oops.
Man, I'll have to go back and look at it specifically, but I believe it was essentially like that. One specific thing that was said was balance is what your future holds. You and those you travel with must find balance within themselves if you're all to bring balance to Exandria. Yeah, basically like you said, kind of like a returning. We'll bring the Pallid Elves back into the sun.
What if you think Melaesmir is cursed, it might not be the best option? Why don't we start from the Grove?
She kind of takes a moment to look at your armor. Do you think that's something that you could convince the elves of the Grove to do, Varric?
I think I'm the one to do it.
Well, then perhaps the destruction of the Grove was in itself a protection. Keeping it safe from the gods until the elves could return to the light once again. I think it's safe for me to say that I know that the Order of the Black Rose would be, with the right urging, willing to go along with that plan. I believe, though, you need to speak with our leader about that. That is more of a decision than I can make on my own.
Is this a person I've met?
I'm not sure.
Well, I'd be very much interested in meeting this person.
Then I will see what I can do to set up a meeting.
That was all I had.
Okay. Okay. Anything else for anybody? Okay. Seems like it's time to go back to Host Bastion, yeah? I would say Professor Widowgast, Zinnia, and Vasati would stay with you guys, but Professor Widowgast and Zinnia. Professor Widowgast would say first. I think I need to speak with some friends. Things are moving quickly. If you need anything, please let me know. Otherwise, stay safe, all of you.
Thank you for your help and the information that you've given us.
Of course. Be careful, Air Hawkins. You are talented. But he will not play fair.
Yeah, he doesn't seem the type.
You see him get lost for a minute and then steps back and casts teleport. Zinnia comes to give you a big hug, Milo.
Yeah, duplicated.
If something happens, retreat to Uthadern. It is safe there for now, at least.
Okay. You be safe as well.
I'll see you soon. She steps back. Casts a similar spell. Vasanti looks at the five of you. Well, gentlemen, here we are again. What's next? Should we get this conversation over with?
This guy's gonna ask so many questions when we go back. Is there anything else that we have to do here before we go? Like anything at all, now that we're here?
Just that favor. If we wanted to do anything with that. Are we not going to go talk to the Percy or anything?
I mean, yeah, fully up to you guys.
I feel like since we're here, we might as well do it. We might as well get as much as we can in motion before we go back. Because I feel like once we go back, like...
Shit hits the fan.
Shit hits the fan. And I don't want to be unprepared. Or at least I want to be as prepared as we possibly can be. And since we're here, we might as well just fucking go for it.
Yeah, we could do that. Shopping episode?
I need a cool feather for my new hat. Like a big one, like a big feather. Also, I don't think I've ever met wherever we're going before, so I'm terrified. So I don't know. Would Grim know about Whitestone at all? Would he like have any? Would he have? What does he know?
Roll a history check.
Cool. Watch it be a 1. Grim knows nothing. Oh, history. That is a 16.
Yeah, you know, Whitestone is a big town. They are certainly not the biggest in Tal'Dorei, but they're one of the more well-known. They are they are not ruled over, but they're one of their, you know, you guys know about Lord Percival de Rollo and his wife Vexalia de Rollo. And that he's a tinkerer, that they both, with 16, they were both part of the famed adventuring group Vox Machina, that they're old, that they have a few kids. Residuum is made around here. I would say that you've probably been on a mission or two here in Whitestone, mostly to steal Residuum.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been back here, so let's go visit these like past members of Vox Machina or whatever and see what goes on.
Okay, so you guys move through the city here. It's morning now, cold morning. The cold's a little biting. The frost is melting off as the sun moves a little bit higher in the sky. And you move forward to what is a very large palace, I guess you could say. Castle or keep would probably be a little bit more, probably a lot more appropriate than palace. It's not so like showy or grandiose, but it is big, it's impressive, and you kind of go up there's a little bit of an inclined walkway, and it's just big blocks of stone making this large building. And you approach. There are probably like 8 guards who are in line, with one of them posted out in the front. They seem to have long rifles. And are posted as you guys walk by. Hand goes up. Halt. Who is trying to enter the keep? Whitestone Keep.
Friends of Aswan.
and will just kind of shortcut, but he gives a nod to somebody, and they run off 2 minutes later. He puts his hand forward, right this way. And as you move forward, Aswin, the familiar face of Aswin herself, she comes up, now wearing much more official garb. She has a small symbol of the Grey Hunt, is wearing really nice clothing, like a wolfskin cloak off her back, and not the simple like hunter's outfit and weapons that she was wearing. And her two wolves are there with her as well. And she greets you all with a smile and says, Bastion's Watch. Good to see all of you again. I assume you're here to collect.
You would be right.
Well, I have spoken with Mr. Sterolo and have made arrangements to approve of certain things above a certain monetary level. Might take additional approval, but I was at least compelled to offer the extreme gratitude of the Lady of Whitestone. Not everybody at once. I know it's a good favor. A favor from Whitestone's fantastic, but I assume you traveled to get here. There would have been time to think about it beforehand. Should I come back? You can go maybe do some hunting?
Who wants to go first?
I could buy you all a drink. The ale around here is fantastic. I've heard that counts as a favor.
I'll whisper into Varric's ear, like as low as I can. I'll be like, dude, we really need some money. Or at least I do. I
was just gonna whisper back, you really need some money.
Yeah, I need some money. That'd be sick.
Then ask.
Waste a favor on money? I feel like that's so...
Is it per person or one giant?
It's because for a pirate.
I'll ask Aswin.
That depends on the ask.
Well, I believe my friend here wants to ask for something.
I'm still brainstorming. I'm thinking about it. Thank you. Come back to me at the end.
Sure.
If you were going to put a monetary value on this, you said that there were already limits established. Can we have that information?
Oh, I do. Anything above 20,000 gold, I'd have to get approval for.
Now is
For
that
the group,
bulk lump sum?
For the group. The group.
I heard you guys have quite the airship here.
Oh, you've heard. The Crimson Zodiac is supposed to be a bit more stealthy than that. However, we do have a bit of a stealthy airship with an elite crew who's been trained to go on stealth missions, yes.
Well, we're getting ready to have a run-in probably with like a 5-headed dragon.
That sounds...
fun, right?
Fun? That sounds... 5-headed dragon, huh? She kind of like... She hasn't gotten the news. She seems like, right, 5-headed dragon.
Well, I was just curious what the price range of having a potential airship just kind of overlook and protect the city of Hope's Bastion for an extended amount of time would cost.
I would have to speak with Lord Duello. The ship is under his command, but I think that seems within the range of things that I've been approved to offer. to Bastion's watch. Could keep an eye out for anything airborne coming your way, certainly, if you've got 5-headed dragons that you're worried about. Thrill Crack crew. We've got it's a wide mix. It's a tiefling, a odd robotic fellow, a bluish goblin, a minotaur, and a flame genasi who is just a crack shot.
Hey, Varric.
Mm.
Should we tell them what we know now? And he whispers this in Varric's ear. In light of recent news, it might be, I don't know, more weight to this.
Aswin, how much would an audience cost?
Might be a bit hard to arrange, but I'm sure the Lady DeRolo would be perfectly fine not giving you money.
It's still like maybe some of that.
Right. You
we
all
do have
really
some
should have
news.
talked about this before you got here.
We do have news in regards to the 5-headed dragon he was talking about.
Roll persuasion check. Let's get persuasive.
Can I roll or give advantage?
Yeah, I'd say you can both roll, or one of you can roll with advantage.
I think I'm going to
You
go
guys are
ahead and
both
give
fine.
out some advantage there, Varric Florelai.
19.
Well, if it's not something you can't tell me and I can deliver myself, then I'll suppose
I
I
mean-
see what I can do.
I mean, we could tell you, but then you'll end up going to get them either way.
Interesting. Give me a moment. And she heads off. And doesn't come back for 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 45 minutes. Hour. About an hour and 15 minutes later, she heads back out. The lady will see you now if you are ready.
We are. I do have a random question.
Sure.
Is Residuum like widely known?
I think so. Yeah.
Like the effects, like what it can do, or
Within mages, I would say so. Yeah. I think like any mages would really know about it, and because you've run around with mages, you would have heard about it. I feel like you guys had Residuum at some point, unless, of course, I'm thinking about the other campaign.
it might
I
be
think
the
we
other
gave it
campaign.
back, and that's why we were owed a
Oh,
favor.
No, we gave her the ring.
Oh,
No, it's from the other campaign too.
If I'm not mistaken, we gave her the ring and the information about all the undead stuff.
was that from the stuff that I, like stole or something like that? Like when we went. broke into
That
office
might have been
building?
before you joined.
I think that was right before. Yeah, that was
Right.
right before.
Especially
Yeah.
before he joined, yeah.
Everything's a blur.
But yeah, I mean, generally speaking, Residuum would be a known thing.
The real Johnny would have known.
Box.
Johnny would've-
Just kidding, just kidding. Imposter.
It's me. Swear.
Jessica.
Hey, bro.
Okay. So Asmund takes you guys through 40-foot tall double doors and walks you through rooms that have ceilings that are 150 feet high with large pillars 8 feet in diameter going up. This castle is very large. Walks you through very ornate like rugs that line the walkways. You can hear all of your footsteps and armors clanking as you go through, echoing through this large room. Probably about a 5 to 10 minute walk finally brings you into a room. It's not a throne room or like a big room. You assume this isn't the room where the celebrations and entertaining happens. It just kind of looks like a side room. Opens it up. There is a two boards on the wall that have maps on them. Large table that looks like it has a map of Taldore as well. And you open it and see there are, first thing you see is there are like I'd say 4 guards in here. They are all holding the same rifles as the ones outside it. And at one of the corners you see dressed in kind of light and dark blues with some feather motifs stitched in. Very nice kind of ornate top with looks like riding pants or some kind of formal pants or something, and no bow on her, but it does look like there's one sitting in the corner with a quiver as well. And she looks up to all of you as you walk in and gives hello. You must be the ones who returned my ring. It was quite important to me. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Come, have a seat. Well, Aswin here tells me that you've come for payment.
As well as here to deliver some news, some updates if you haven't heard.
Well, out with it then.
And I will tell her how much we tell him.
Maybe just the dragon part.
Start with that?
I say so.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll tell her about the attack in Islecross, the 5-headed dragon, and maybe a little bit about the whole dragon situation we've had. She doesn't believe that there's a 5-headed dragon.
Roll a persuasion check.
18.
You hear her whisper under her breath, "Gods, what is this evil now?" She looks to Aswin. "Darling, what did you bring to our doorstep?" Aswin just kind of gives a shrug back. That is quite some news. You'll forgive us our time to cooperate with our own before we make any large decisions. We appreciate you giving us this information and will offer what we can to you. But it feels like there's more of an ask here than whatever favor Aswin has promised you.
Kind of hoping that with the end of the world maybe coming close, that with you being part of it, you might help out if we need you in the future.
She kind of gives a laugh. Well, another end of the world. They seem to happen quite often. Fought off my fair share. Fair share of dragons, too.
the Empire is not agreeable to having occupying, visiting forces in the land. That's a big ask for somebody who's not King Dwindle.
What about advisors to a prince?
Nice.
A missing prince?
A prince.
Who? Well, I didn't think I'd be having this much fun today.
You're welcome.
I did not say thank you. You have made big asks of me today. You are owed a big ask. The rest we will have to discuss. My husband, my family, and I. And there are others I must speak to across Taldore and Exandria. This news is most grave.
I mean, actually, that's kind of what I think we were hoping for. Is that you spread the word.
That I can do. Fairly easily. All of Taldore shall know by day's end tomorrow.
We would, if it comes to it, we'd like to stay in communications in case if things escalate to the point where exactly what we were just saying.
Is there one of you who can communicate magically?
I can, yes.
Well, then you have approval to message me magically.
All right, yeah, actually, I kind of feel better about that. Thank you.
And what is your name?
My name's Milo Hawkins. Nice to meet you.
Are you sure? You seem unsure.
It just seems, I don't know. I never thought I would be here.
Well, you've made it.
Yay.
Wait till you see what comes next before you start celebrating.
I'm so excited.
Well, you have gotten your audience and your request to spread the word about what is happening. Those are rather small asks, but you are still owed a big ask. Aswin tells me that the use of my husband's ship, the Crimson Zodiac, might be something you're looking for.
Milo's going to kind of like step aside and look at Breck on that one.
I was just thinking a little bit of extra help in the air against a dragon could be a pretty good use.
They certainly would be a good scouting system. They could patrol the skies. They are quite combat capable as well. It's a quiet airship meant to move in quickly, leave quickly, quietly. Sometimes they're a little messy.
Does it have to be your husband's?
What do you mean?
I mean, I guess what's the cost of creating one or even converting one?
You guys got like a lemon lot anywhere?
Yeah, used sales, certified pre-owned.
You know, you said you're an advisor to the prince? The ship first came out of Hupperdook. It is adjusted designs from Hupperdook.
You could speak to somebody there. They might have at least the basis for another one. I think on its own, especially the Broomstone, would be quite expensive. I don't think I could quickly, at the very least, convince my husband to make you another flying ship. But we are in trying times. Perhaps there is something to sweeten the deal. Advisors to the prince.
I did have a quick question, just a little bit off base. We're talking about Broomstone. And I know that it's very valuable, but realistically, how difficult and how big an ask would it be to have a steady, small, but steady, consistent supply of that sent to our small settlement? Hypothetically.
That would be your big ask.
I'm just gonna look at the rest of the party. Yeah.
I got to do a quick pee break if you guys want to talk about it for a second.
It's a sick idea, but
You want Broomstone or the residual one?
Fuck. Honestly, couldn't remember that those were two different things. Residuum's
Yeah.
the magic dust, right? Broomstone levitates?
Yeah, it's the
So,
thing that makes the ships go.
Okay.
I guess the thing you'd have to consider, it's like using the favor to make a long-term kind of like income of something, or using the favor to bolster defenses
Yeah.
in the event that an attack happens. So like
I'm
you're
right
either
there with you.
so you're either like creating some sort of steady supply for the future, but
It may not exist.
it may not exist, or bolstering a defense so that it does exist.
Mm-hmm.
But that's your favor.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
also,
definitely.
But also the scale of what you're asking, that's like nation to nation trade. Like,
Yeah, it's kind of
can we as a little town improve that?
Yeah, right back to Johnny Grimm's point. There might not even be a country afterwards.
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah. Who knows
Just the
what
way things are
the
going, I think
hierarchy is
it's
going to look like
more-
afterwards.
I think the way things are going, we have to think about bolstering a defense versus making some sort of like future income, which is great as a long term, but I'm just worried about the short term of like what's going to be left.
Yeah.
So
I
even
agree.
if
I definitely had to bring it up just in case.
yeah, and I
But
feel
I'm
like
there with you.
we could use that skyship if they have a way to convert something. We could do that too. I mean, we have 2 ships that we could possibly convert, but that's just a matter of how expensive that is. You know what I mean? If Breck's down to convert the Alcantara into a warship, but that would mean we would have to outfit it and everything like that. Who knows how long that'll take? Do the same thing with the last song, but it's the same thing we run into.
And then we'd have the competition between you guys of who's the admiral. Yeah, I mean the whole thing just gets out of hand.
If anything, I'm definitely a Spock to Breck's Kirk, like 100%.
What was your nickname
I
again?
know my place, huh?
So what was your nickname again?
Oh, the undertow. I would pose this question though: do we see the 5-headed dragon aspect thingy as the immediate threat, or is it the assembly?
That was going to be my second point. That was going to bring that up too. Should we bring up the fact that we are also kind of like in this internal political conflict, so that we have some sort of backing? But at that point, how would they help? What can they do?
That would be to me. That would be more of a individual thing, like things that they could give each of us that would help if a fight were to happen.
And then bear with me
That
a little
point-
bit.
Oh, go
But
ahead.
building ties, I think an aspect of Tiamat's a little bit more urgent, but you build ties through our interaction with that, and then maybe we get an ask later for help against our own conflicts with the Cerberus Assembly, because we're going to need some outside help, I think, in that regard, regardless.
But how much are we wanting to disclose?
Oof.
So, to me, though, yes, the Tiamat thing, very big issue, obviously. But we're about to go have a conversation with Trent and the Assembly. Who's to know if we make it out of that situation before we even go deal with a five-headed aspect?
I'm kind of hoping that he is of the same mind and being like, there's a 5-headed aspect dragon god, and maybe we need to be more concerned with that.
I don't think he is concerned.
But he
with
doesn't need us for that.
Well, he tried to call me about it, and I'm surprised he hasn't tried to get a hold of me yet this morning because I was supposed to meet with him about the
shit.
5-headed dragon.
We are not professionals.
I mean, you guys might have just been standing in a private sanctum for like 10 hours, maybe.
I'll just tell him I was napping.
It's been a long day. I needed to sleep.
I don't know if he's. A part of me just thinks he's. This is just like a. What is the word I'm trying to look for? Just the distraction needed. Not like
Red
he
herring.
caused it, but it's like, oh, great. A 5-headed dragon is headed here or whatever. That'll keep him busy.
Well, and it sounded
Allows
like
me time to do this.
he thought it was 5 separate dragons as well when I talked to him about it.
Oh, God.
I think we have our excuse of why we might be tardy or information's been lacking. I mean, we do have a little bit more information on the dragon. We bring back that to him. Maybe we can still use that to our advantage.
We can. But he's also. There's also just like this huge political shift happening. And we just found out a lot of shady stuff that the Assembly is doing. How much, if any, do we tell? Like, do we give them?
I
And
think
like we do tell them, like, what does that give us in return from Whitestone?
I think we bring up the prince's name in front of him just to see how he reacts. Because it sounds like it was a known thing that the prince has been gone. It was a disappearance, right?
In front of Trent?
Yeah. We go back.
Oh yeah, they know. We've talked to him about it. I've specifically asked him questions about the prince.
I think not since you guys have known they were behind it, though.
No, I haven't. Just inquiring about his whereabouts and like what they were doing to remedy the situation.
I think the smart thing to do in this position to at least get some backing on our side would be to tell her, I guess, our concerns of what's going on, what we found out for now, especially knowing like what Trent has been kind of like looking for, especially with the ruins and everything like that, and how those are connected with the city that just fell in Zidel. Like, he's obviously something big is being planned. He is looking for something, we just don't know what, right? And then now we have the whole Prince situation going on, and that's been confirmed now. Like, something is just not. Something's up. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's freaking weird. And I think a powerful like elite government in Whitestone would probably want to know that as well. I mean, I'm sure Whitestone has a vast library with like knowledge and stuff too. If they found out as well that the lost city of Zidel or a chunk of it just fell out of the sky, that would be kind of a big thing too. Something they'd be interested in.
How would you feel about telling them about the prince? Being at undisclosed location, but at least we know where they are. And that
She
there's
seems
probably a
surprised.
possible power struggle situation coming up in the future. I'm sure
My
that
only
they would be
concern
very interested
is
in that.
they might be interested, but how much does it actually affect them? The Tiamat thing, 100%, that's a world issue, but internal conflict with a neighboring nation. I mean, we can't tell her, like, yeah, we speak on, like, order from the prince or the king or whatnot. Like, we're just informing her about some stuff that's going on that she can't really do much
No, but
with.
she can definitely support a single side in a geopolitical conflict. The side that she wants to see in power. Probably not the one that's constricting rights and... Right?
I think I'm more concerned about covering our bases in the event that shit hits the fan, which it probably will, and we end up being smeared as like, or there's like a smear campaign against us, then we can have the backing from them saying like, no, I vouch for these fools. They're in the clear. I guess less of like a direct help of something they could do, but more of like a political friend on our side versus an enemy.
I also need like cold hard cash.
So here's my thing. Yeah. I think a relationship with him would be dope, but I think that's going to take time. If we're saying we have pressing issues, I think the best thing that we can get is something like hard, physical, like whether it's, like he said, money or something to help us in a fight. Because it seems like that's what's going to happen quicker rather than building these political relationships and all that.
Yeah, I mean,
Cash
we could word it
discount.
to where we're like, look, our favor is going to be like cash and like whatever and stuff we need for a fight, just so they're aware of like, if we want to give them that much information, like, hey, we're asking for this, and this because we're dealing with this, and this. You don't have to get involved, but we just thought it'd be in their best interest and ours to just kind of like lay our cards on the table and kind of being like, look, we're not expecting you to jump in and fight for us or like get on the front line, but this is kind of like doing the best we can and telling you what's going on so that you're not caught off guard or caught by surprise.
Yeah,
Don't forget,
most.
she's given us permission to call and stay in contact with her.
Yeah, so I think that's the most that we can get on that front is just to like establish that rapport and build a relationship from here. And giving the information would help that.
Show me the money.
So go ahead, Grim.
I'm okay. That's all you. Go ahead, Milo.
So you said you 20,000 is Aswin is what you said, correct?
She says, yeah, I did.
We would love to equip ourselves better for the battle to come. So any access to high quality gear, possibly any sort of discounts, more than welcome.
Did you want gear? Or did you
I've
want
never been
gold? Or did you want discounts? Those are three
Ooh.
distinct things.
Does it have to be a group-wide decision, or it can be on an individual basis?
God, we're getting complicated.
Jump through our hoops, Josh.
That is us.
Getting complicated, far more complicated than I expected. So the way we break it down is it's probably about like 3,000-ish gold piece, if we're breaking it down for 7 party members. For that breakdown, I suppose if people wanted to do it differently, we could do it. But what I would say is then we do that like outside of game or something, because that's gonna get like, I don't want to spend the rest of the session just figuring out who gets what thing.
That's right, because some of us don't need the cash, do we? Varric.
Don't need cash. Could use some gear.
Doesn't that coin bag just get a little bit too heavy? Do you want me to carry some of that just around for you? Or...
Interdimensional space. What are you talking about?
God damn it, he's got all the bases covered. All right, fine.
I'm down for either gear or for cash. So really, I can go for either one.
He just needs a hug. That's all he needs.
I will never turn down a hug. However,
I think I'll take you said 3,000 cash, 3,000 gold, or 4.
We'll just call it 3,000 even for everybody. If you
Okay.
want to choose gold, if you want to choose gear, then we can talk about it outside the game.
Okay.
you want to just make it easy and give everyone a cut of the pie, and then we'll just take Varric's share since he doesn't need it. Put down the middle,
No,
50-50,
that's not
you
how
and me,
that
Milo.
works.
We don't need to put more money in his pockets, dude. His back already hurts.
I have plenty of strength.
As things develop, I will be in touch. I'm sure that we're probably going to be out there fairly soon.
Lady Vexalia responds, if there's anything we have that's relevant, we will be in touch as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Careful with dragons. They're cunning. They're powerful. They're quick. They're the hardest things you will ever fight.
Well, we've killed like one, so what's
It's
a
a good start.
5-headed one? You know,
It's a good start. Well, we'll get the bags of gold. For those of you who wanted gear, you can discuss that with our gear master. And if there's nothing else, I have quite a bit to attend to today.
thank you for at least taking time to hear us out and helping us where you can. I know you probably have a lot going on and whatnot. I'm not going to pretend to understand the complexities of what you do, so really, we appreciate it very much.
Gladly. She moves to step out the door. You can hear her like heels clicking on the stone, making a loud kind of knocking as she walks by. She turns as she walks out the door. I've heard rumors of a falling city near the Zemni Fields. I would imagine, given that the Age of Arcanum was the origin of Brimstone, if a group of adventurers like yourself were looking for it, those ruins, or that rubble, would be a good place to start.
Damn. Guys, I think she just blew my mind.
Dude,
We're
sitting
sitting on a fucking gold mine, guys. We're it, boys.
Well, who's taking the cash and who's getting gear? I think that's the real question.
Well, I think I'm going to take the cash, use some of it for the spells that I just learned, and then use the rest of it to update some armor, man, because I am a few centuries behind.
I feel like you just wear clothes. I didn't know you actually had armor.
No, man. And he like opens up his coat. A flashing motion. Look, dude,
Just,
it's
like,
got like
beat
a
to
whole
hell.
bunch of things. It's just the leather's getting so old, it's starting to like smell. I don't know. I think I need new stuff.
Should probably wash it.
Like, who's got the time?
You have like prestidigitation or something like?
6 seconds for a cantrip.
Yeah.
Damn it. You see like Milo like walk over to the corner and just kind of like duck down a little bit. You see his hand go into a washing motion.
Bro, we live in a world where magic is possible. Clean your shit. Yeah, I'm definitely going gear, if that wasn't apparent.
Okay. All right. So there's gear. There's money. We're gonna figure out gear outside of game. Vasati would be. Hey, let's all go get some breakfast before we do this. Let's all get breakfast. She pulls out a a gem encrusted bowl. Do we want to see
this breakfast
castle, or back to the tavern? Let's have a meal.
Honestly, feel more comfortable in the tavern.
I also feel comfortable in a tavern.
Sounds like a tavern.
Tavern it is. So you guys head back to the tavern. And for the tavern, let's do this. So you guys make it back to the tavern. You get a tavern a seat kind of in the corner. And she says, "This is, you know what? Let's order one of the private dining rooms." And she gets a table, takes you guys back there, puts the bowl down, and says, "Well, I think I wanted to take this opportunity to thank all of you for protecting my brother, protecting Hope Sebastian, for for all of you letting me come along with you on these adventures. It had been starting to get a bit stuffy in the church, and this has been very exciting. What does everybody want to eat? Anything.
I mean, Francis.
What's the special on the menu right now?
The
If I look
special
up-
is anything that Johnny Grimm desires.
Oh, yeah, is there anything written on the board? Like anything at all at the tavern? Like, is there like?
Oh,
As you're
there's
looking at the
special-
menu, she's like, "Grimm, this is my menu.
Oh,
I will make whatever food you want."
oh my god, the options are endless.
Big steak potatoes. Basic guy right here. Yep.
Now that you can taste them, I'm sure that'd be great.
Yes. Yeah.
I think I'll go for like a sashimi plate with some nice, over a nice bed of rice, sprinkled with some sesame seed, a little bit of soy sauce, not too much, just enough.
You gotta know that I'm going with the Spanferkel.
Spanferkel.
Always gotta be the Spanferkel.
I visited Pride's Call once. It was very delicious.
It's delicious. It's also
Fair,
rather
fair.
large. You are all more than welcome to share.
Not really a breakfast thing, but Varric will go with like a coastal kind of paella.
Something even had on the coast.
Yes.
How about Breck?
Salted pork.
Salted pork, very nice. Then, as everybody gives their orders, what almost looks like sunlight starts coming out of the bowl, and it kind of melts onto the table, spreading out almost like a web. And Vasati's going to cast Hero's Feast. So for Hero's Feast, Cured of all diseases and poison. Become immune to poison and being frightened. You make all wisdom saving throws with advantage. And everybody's hit point maximum goes up by 11. And that is for 24 hours.
Enjoy your last meals, boys.
This is spectacular.
So delicious.
And I'm going to do a bathroom break real quick. I'll be right back.
He said 11?
Yep.
Do you just put it in temp HP?
So if you click on it, I see something that says max HP modifier.
Uh-huh.
I just did that.
Oh,
Because he said your
put it in the
max goes up.
Oh, did
for
it?
24. Yep. So 11
That
in
is
there.
definitely
Boom,
different from.
Got it.
Okay. This is not
You know, like when you play video games and there's like a bunch of health potions and all that before a big encounter. And
Yeah.
music
That's
goes
kind of how I'm
weird.
Yeah.
feeling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, that's why I've
But
been
I guess
saying.
we're fighting
like-
this whole band like right now. All right.
Bro, that's what I said. Like, it
Deer.
sounds like we're about to go there and box. Like,
Yeah.
God,
I have
dude.
a bad
oh.
feeling about this.
We have to fight that man right
told
now.
you.
I'm gonna need some time to equip some spells.
Man, I really hope I can have this steak later in the future. Man, it's really good.
I hope this isn't my last one.
Yeah. These taters are really good. Zazi, I hope this isn't my last bite. Is there something you're not telling us?
You guys enjoy what may be one of the best meals you've all ever
Oh
eaten.
God, here we go.
Can we make this like a regular thing? Like maybe on Thursday nights we just meet up and
1,000 gold pieces per
Masati,
casting.
Masati, oh my, well that's not.
1,000 gold pieces per casting.
We could probably add that into the taxes.
She took the money, Varric. She didn't ask for gear. She took the money.
No, I gave her the money.
Oh.
Okay. You guys have a nice meal. Friendly conversation. For a moment, you forget about all the crazy things going on in Exandria around you. And as the meal ends, you guys remember there's a pressing conversation. There's things to do. This world is safe. What are you guys doing?
I guess we should probably go, huh? Is there anything
guys
else
are
anybody
expecting
needs
a
to
fight?
do?
If that's what you guys are expecting, then we may want to prepare a little bit better. I wasn't expecting to do that, but I'm kind of feeling a little bit on edge now.
I mean, hey, if you want, we're in a major city.
Breck, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh God.
Oh, that's okay.
Yep. I'm putting 2 and 2 why that is.
Yeah.
You do get to make it an advantage.
This one's a 26.
Hero's Teeth.
Let's go.
Bro, that's what that was earlier. It was a missed call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He can't get
That dial, dude.
I thought that's what it was,
bro.
but I'm just ignoring the
Vibrate.
call.
Man had his shit on Do Not Disturb.
What's that buzzing in my pocket?
Nothing left to do but to do it, guys.
Is there a place that I could pick up papers?
Oh yeah, easy enough. You can. I'm not gonna. If you have the money, I'll let you do it. I'm not.
Okay,
usually,
yeah,
Not usually going to give you guff on that.
It's gonna cost me 950 just to transcribe those things over.
Jesus Christ.
So I'll subtract that out.
Josh, if
You
it's
will have
cool-
to. You can subtract it now. You do have to take the time before they're added as well. It is hour per, or I think it's 2 hours per spell level.
Yes, 2 minutes for me per spell level.
For
of the
any
order of
spell?
scribes. For any level of spell is 2 minutes for me instead of hours because of order of scribes.
OP subclass.
Yeah, man. We get to work. You just see him like head down, just burning.
Just burning pages. Like typewriters.
I mean, if we have enough
Are we going to a
time-
store? It sounds like we're going to a store.
I really need to. If we're going to a store, I would love to go
I
to a
would love
store.
to do a store. I would love to go to the store.
I'll make it
Go.
quick. I swear, Josh.
He's
I'll
already
make it
mad.
fast.
Right?
I just want to look at some leather vests. That's some nice ones, some good ones.
He's already pissed off.
If you guys are
Already missed
trying
two
to
calls,
roll,
guys.
yeah, right.
He's called me
If you guys
twice.
are trying to role play it out, we can role play it out. Otherwise, I'm happy for you guys to just add the things to your inventory. If they're basic things, basic items, go ahead and add. You went into a store. It was a uninteresting transaction. Thank you for the item, sir. Okay, goodbye.
Sword.
Hmm?
Vorpal sword, right?
No, anything that's not a magical item. Any standard items are fine. Any standard
random
non-magical
notes.
items you can do. We don't have to do that if you guys need
Regular
we-
transaction, Belt of the Fire Giant. Okay, cool.
Got
it.
Good.
Did you say about the like those who wanted the cold hard cashola?
Mm-hmm.
How much was it again?
3,000 gold.
We love that. We really do. I'll take Varric's share. Don't worry about it. I got you.
No. Are we all just doing like basic things, or are we role playing it?
I'm just gonna do basic stuff. So you're just so you're like tracking as well, Josh. The only thing I'm really getting are like, because I feel like this comes in handy, and I've always wanted to use them. I'm just getting like smoke grenades or like little smoke bombs, like Ninja Vanish,
Sure.
Ninja Turtle type stuff. I don't know why. I just really
Yeah.
want them.
Love that.
And then I'm just gonna buy like I don't know how much I can afford, like potions of speed again that I bought from last time. I don't know if that would be available in Whitestone or if you feel like it would be, but I don't
That
remember
would
how
be
much I spent last
pretty
time.
expensive. Yeah, that would be pretty expensive. I would say there is a Gilmore's extension in Whitestone.
Mhm.
Oh, really?
There is.
Well then.
Sounds like you want to go there.
Well, I still have a little bit of the credit.
Yeah, Grim, you would be looking at like that would take the DMG value has that would take up your whole 3,000, if not cost you beyond that for a potion.
Okay, cool. Maybe I'll just do something else.
So I'd say if you wanted to choose a potion of speed, you can choose a potion of speed.
Yeah, but that would waste everything, so I don't want to do that.
I mean, it's a non-spell slot, non-needing to cast version of haste. It's not bad.
It
There's
is
a reason it's so
good.
expensive.
How much would Elven Chain cost me, Josh?
I love shopping.
Shopping. And would I be able to find that at Gilmore's? I mean, if I was going to find it somewhere, it's probably going to be at a Gilmore's outlet.
Yeah, you'd be able to find that in Gilmore's, no problem. No problem.
I also took the gold. How much would 5 like supreme healing potions cost me?
Well, give me a moment. I will look that up.
Hey, Breck, how we doing on diamonds, my man?
Not well.
I know I have the one still loaded in my ring, but yeah, I don't know. I think I have one on me, but that's it.
I have one more diamond.
Actually, I don't think I have one. I think that might have been the one that goes in the ring.
I think it was, yeah.
For Milo, I would say the Elven Chain would knock out like 1,500 gold pieces.
Done and done.
And you could use your credit for that if you wanted to. Gilmore's would have
Perfect.
And you said Supreme Healing Potions?
Yeah. Or superior, I guess. The blue one. I want the blue one.
Superior.
Sorry.
Blue would be 500.
Okay,
Blue would be
I will
500.
buy 4 of those.
There is Supreme. Supreme is a thing. 5,000 per.
Yeah. I'll buy 4 of the blue ones.
Restores 10d4 plus 20.
Damn. I'm still gonna get 4 blue ones, but that's tempting.
Yeah, totally.
Query to the group and DM if you think of anything. Do we have anything that we might want to sell?
Yeah, I was just about to ask. I was going to sell.
I got a whole bag of stuff we've been accumulating for like months now. So,
There's your money right there, dude.
well, it's not all mine. I can't just claim it.
Oh yeah.
What kind of stuff?
So that's the big question. We just came into a big load like last. Gross.
Gross. Ew.
Up in the chem lab on the floating islands. Does make sense that the big load would be in the chem lab, but that's okay.
The opposite of inspiration to you.
Yeah, I actually have a list, I think.
I will say, just to kind of honor the crossover that's happening here a little bit more, there is a where is it? There is a kind of nervous shopkeep here. And they help you with everything you need. And no Gilmore here specifically, but they help you out, get you everything you need. You guys go in, and I can't find my notes, so I can't find you the specific info. I'm trying to give you his name and stuff, but the guy who was in the other campaign too.
Okay, so we had a Nimbus cornet, a snake robe, pocket robes, Wayfarer's boots, a ring that doesn't have any other further information, a trident, the tide collar, mantle with no further information, and some paint. And then my Voyager staff, and then he like holds it close and hugs it.
I know. I remember I took the Nimbus cornet because I have it in my inventory.
And cross that off my list.
Yeah. I haven't attuned to it or anything like that, but I was going to sell my cloak to attune to it.
I don't think we ever actually identified the paint or the mantle. I don't think we had time, and we just skipped over that.
I believe that's correct, yeah.
And then I think I just personally neglected to write down what the ring was.
Did you do identify on the ring?
I don't know.
I don't know that you did. I
would like to now.
Rather than I was gonna say, rather than just have you arbitrarily say I take 10 minutes. Ring of Resistance.
Ring of Resistance. Does that just give you resistance to all magical damage, elemental? I can look it up. I don't know why I'm asking.
It's a specific type, I believe, and then it is determined right now.
Ooh.
Cold damage.
Oh shit.
Resistance
Okay.
cold damage.
That actually might come into play soon. Out of those 5 heads, I think one of them probably does cold damage.
Yeah, anyone you run into is probably going to be helpful in some way.
Yeah, really. Can we get info on that mantle and paint as well?
Sure. Mantle of Spell Resistance and Glow Rune Pigment.
You said Mantle of Spell Resistance.
Hmm?
I'm gonna go ahead and look that up.
pretty good.
Damn, that is really good.
Really super good.
Honestly, Breck, how many things do you you got attuned, buddy?
I cannot use that, but I think that might be worth throwing Grimm's direction.
Grim? I like the idea of the people up close and personal kind of having the.
Tell me what it
Tapped
is
out?
again, because I'm totally looking at something else.
So this thing it's like a cape that gives you advantage against on saving throws against spells. You just have advantage on saving throws against spells.
Do I have to
So-
attune to it?
You do. That's the big cost. You're gonna have to give something up.
Fuck.
Additionally,
Well, I wouldn't.
I'm just gonna give a shout out to the designers of D&D for making attunement slots. Real great way to make sure the game's balanced.
Oh my god, dude! Magical items just get out of hand so quick. Additionally,
I
I
did
do
have
have.
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead.
No, it was for Josh. You can continue.
I have my mother's ring that I am not currently using. It is a ring of protection. So it will give you a
Wow.
+1 to your AC if anybody wants to borrow it.
How many things can you attune to at once?
3 unless you're an artificer.
Some guys eventually get 6. I'm so jealous. They're
I
so
do
smart.
have an empty slot for attunement. Unless Josh, my silent armor, that still has not been like whatever it is, does that require attunement? I don't think we ever went over that.
Gosh, we sure didn't.
I'm reading it. There's not a lot on it because it's just
Yeah. 'cause
oh
there's-
specifically attunable. I guess it is attunable to me. Because it's like armor over armor,
Armor on armor.
double
on armor.
armor,
Double armor.
which means my armor class is 36, right? That's usually how that works.
Yeah,
No,
absolutely.
definitely
That's no. I think that's how that works.
not. And you were, I believe, you were able to wear it under, under your studded leather. Is that right? I'll go back and check it
Yes.
out. Yeah, I'll go back and check it out. I know doubling up armor.
If
Yeah,
I do have to attune to it, then I would have to unattune to one thing for that, for what you're trying to give me, Mello. And I think if that's the case, then I'll probably. Fuck. I mean, it'd have to be the boots, which means I'd be a flightless,
Oh, I've been deleted. Yeah, I understand.
a
dealing
flightless
with that.
casual once again.
Gonna give up your freedom.
Yeah, but that ring of protection also sounds pretty nice. However,
And we're also going up against well, we don't know yet, but we might be going up against a guy who's got some
Yeah.
magic on his side. So
I think I would have to use that, dude. Honestly, I think the wing boots can take a back seat real quick, and I would probably do the. This is hard.
this is hard.
This
in
is
the-
hard.
What about the ink set or
What's
the
ink
paint set?
Glow rune pigment.
Glow rune pigment.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good stuff.
Hey, Josh.
Hmm?
I'm reading this thing called a Tangler grenade, but it has no cost on it. I kind of scoured the interweb for something like that, and the prices are kind of ranging.
Yeah, it's a homebrew item.
Yeah, I think that's what it
Oh,
is.
damn.
Oh no. Oh.
I mean, I'm on D&D Beyond. right now. It's
Yeah. Actually,
Monday.
Dungeons of the Waterdeep Dungeons of the Madman is a wild thing. I guess you kind of would be in the city, but that would make sense though.
Is anybody else looking at this glow rune pigment? And Josh, I'm not seeing an attunement on this one either.
I don't have that one in front of me. I'm not super sure.
Okay, that's going to decide everything.
It'll decide everything.
I was going to say, Breck, how good's your painting skills, my man? You might want to take a look at this pigment, especially if it doesn't require attunement.
Yeah, if that's too out of,
probably do some really good shit with this.
that's too out there, Josh. I don't have to get it.
Not necessarily. I'm just trying to do too many things at once.
Yeah, no problem.
Was that Marvelous Pigments, Milo?
It was Glow Rune. Glow Rune.
Glow Rune pigment. That mountain one is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. The Shield Rune. I think somebody's got issues with dexterity, right? Somebody's got issues with dexterity.
Who could that be?
That would help.
Painted creature has advantage on dexterity saving throws against effects that deal damage. But you walk around with weird paint all over you.
It's better than falling off of a big plank.
True. Yeah.
Milo, you said that cape does what again? Give it to me one more time.
Gives you advantage on the saving throws against magic or against spells, just spells. So anybody trying to play with your brain or
Dude, I feel
or,
like
I mean
need
anything
that, huh?
really. It's
I feel
good.
like-
Dude, that cape goes well with the new upgrades you got from old mama, dude.
Oh, you noticed? I didn't want to like point anything out, or I didn't want to make it
Looks
a big
pretty
deal.
good.
But, I'm
Looks
kind of
pretty
a
good.
captain now. It's whatever.
I guess I should mention the fact that I am donning the wizard's hat once again. I'm just not attuning it due to choices
yeah.
on my mini.
Yeah, Milo, I'll take it. I'll take the damn cape.
You got it, man. Here you go.
Is it gonna be lame that I can't fly anymore? Like, are you guys gonna judge me for it?
I'm gonna
I
judge you 'cause now
personally
I'm gonna be able to
feel-
fly.
I personally feel bad, honestly.
Yeah, this cornet's pretty cool. Like turned into a cloud for a minute.
It just turns into a
What's
fucking cloud.
what's the cape called again, Milo?
It is the Mantle of Spell Resistance.
Mantle of Spell Resistance. Thick, I totally have it now.
And did you say anything about the ring? I can't remember.
Ring of Resistance, right?
Ring of Cold Resistance.
That's right. Ring of Cold Resistance.
I'm okay without it. However, I feel like that is definitely something.
So for
That
the
I come up
Tangler
with.
Grenade, I would say 500 apiece, but you can get more than 2.
Okay. I won't get it, but thank you though.
I won't
Thank
get
you
it.
for going through 30 minutes of scouring the internet for a cost.
It wasn't
for
just
me to-
that. There was other things that was
Okay.
I was going back to the Tangler Grenade while looking at other stuff.
I would have felt so bad if you spent all
No, no,
that
no,
time
no,
for
no.
me to just
No,
be
no,
like,
no.
nah, I'm
Not at
okay.
How much would the Cloak of Protection sell for?
Cloak of Protection sell for? I would say probably like 650.
Okay. I'm gonna sell that, and then I'm going to buy a specific item that's worth 400 gold. It's a playing card of an Avatar of Death.
Damn.
No biggie.
All right.
What is that?
Nothing.
I said non magical things
I
are
said just a
no
component.
problem.
It's a component.
Are no problem. Other
It's a
things though.
component. It's a component. A gilded playing card worth at least 400 gold pieces and depicting an Avatar of Death.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you said 650, and then I'll minus that out.
All right, gentlemen, I have a couple of questions for you all.
Hit me.
Are we going to be passing on the snake robe?
400.
I don't need it.
Serpent robe passing? Going once, twice,
Sold.
sold box. Pocket robe. And if you want time to look these up, please let me know. We got a robe of pockets, pocket robes.
Oh, is this all the shit you found?
Going once, going
Yeah.
twice.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I will say, Vasati's fighting with you guys. She has 3 open attunement slots if you guys are trying to dump magical items.
Then
I
I'll-
do have
yeah.
some things that we can equip to her, like the
Okay.
Ring of Protection and the Cold Resistance, which I think we plan on keeping. so we can fill a
does-
couple of those slots. Don't take that
Does
personally.
Vasanti want to fly?
Sure.
She can borrow the wing boots that I'm not going to be using
Sure.
for a little bit.
Okay. So wing boots and the ring of cold resistance.
Yes.
I tell her these are my favorite pair of boots. Please take care of them. They go with every outfit that I own.
Boots, 5e. So we are passing on the robe of pockets.
Yep,
So
that
we
sounds
passing
like
on
it.
the robe of pockets. Cool. Okay, so we have the Wayfarer's boots next. This pair of boots is made with durable cloth with the journey rune stitched in golden thread above the heel. Each heel, actually, you see it on both sides. While you are wearing this item, your walking speed's increased by 10 feet. That's not bad, and you have advantage on wisdom, specifically survival checks. You can also invoke this rune. As a bonus action, you can invoke the boots rune to cast Expeditious Retreat on with them once. Can't be used again until the next dawn. Does require attunement. Sounds like something that Breck might want, depending on his attunement situation. But I'm gonna say it's a pass. All right.
So dry.
Pass.
Pass. All right. So the Wayfarer boots. Everybody going once, twice, gone. Right.
Sold.
Trident. Tide collar.
That should go to our resident tide toucher, right?
Yeah,
Squall?
keep that for
He's
Squall.
back in the settlement.
Yeah.
Don't
keep
sell his stuff while he doesn't know. That's rude.
It's a keep. It's a keep. All right, we're putting it down as a keep. The mantle, we gave that over to Grim, and we have the paint still going. So it looks like
for
serpent
need?
robes,
I'm just
pockets, and Wayfarer boots are up on the block. He like puts them onto the counter, moves them toward the shopkeep that is nervous, and that we can't quite recognize, but we know that we've seen him before.
kidding. Sell it and add it to the guild bank.
Hey, Josh, I will take that offer. You muted yourself. You did the opposite.
I kind of knew you would either way. I was like, stupid high, and it's not going to matter even a little. It's going to be a yes unless I do completely unfair, unrealistic pricing. So
That is insane.
it's still an attunement, but
Yeah, that's fine. I'll drop something.
Good God. Good God. That will affect the balancing of all combat moving forward.
Oh no.
Well, shit, if I have that much more money. How much for an amulet of the devout?
Looks like there's different versions.
There's a +1, +2, and +3.
+1 1,500, +2 5,000, +3 20,000.
I'll do the +2 and I'll give it to Vasanti.
Oh shit! Okay. Making moves there.
How much would a battle axe +2 cost if I wanted to trade in the Mace of Swells as well?
Ooh. Mace of Swells is a pretty good item. So I would say, let's see. Yeah, and the mace was a +1. I would say, if you're trading the Mace of Swells, like 1,500 gold pieces.
Oh, sweet. I will buy a battle axe +2 then. Okay. And trade in the Mace of Swells.
Breck, roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh god.
At advantage.
This one was a 12.
Okay. Got it.
Do you have sale prices for me, Josh, by chance?
No.
No. Okay, gotcha.
If I were to trade in my breastplate for a +1, how much money would I have to put down?
Is it a regular breastplate?
Yeah, so I have an armor of gleaming breastplate, and I was looking at just like breastplate +1.
Why not breastplate +2, man? Treat yourself.
I don't got that much money, dude.
And you're trading in, you're looking for a +1. With a trade-in, I would say you're probably looking at like a full 1,000 gold pieces still.
Yeah. No.
You didn't take the money?
Well, we're doing gear, so I didn't take the money.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're doing gear,
Yeah.
I mean, hold on, let me check something.
Yeah, I didn't want to make it too complicated. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I thought we were taking gold from Whitestone, right?
We were doing
Wasn't that
split.
the
It was
plan?
individual.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was individual. It was individual. Yeah. Okay, so you're just taking gear, and you want a breastplate?
Yes, sir.
I'll give you a +2 breastplate.
Ooh,
Ooh, look at you.
nice. We talking upgrades.
Oh, that's right. You got that cleric in you.
Yeah. +2. Yeah. Like that.
Okay, does anybody have anything else?
I think I will peruse for some diamonds if he has any.
Yeah, you can trade whatever gold piece value you want for diamonds.
I'll pick up 200-300.
Okay, make sure and mark specifically the amount and cost.
I'll sell the armor, the old armor, I guess.
There's breastplate of gleaming.
Yeah, armor of gleaming, comma breastplate.
Breastplate.
AC 14, 500. Cool.
500 back. Yeah. 500. Breck, you hear in your head. Have you abandoned your post, War Master? Shall we assign another?
Actually, no. We were just on our way to meet with you about the 5-headed dragon.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Do you need help returning from Whitestone?
No, not at all. Actually. Yeah. Just trying to set up some diplomatic relations.
Then we will see you soon.
That we will. Well, are you guys done doing what you're doing?
Ready to go, Captain. What's up?
Yeah, Ikathon was wondering if we were going to come back from Whitestone anytime soon.
Oh, he knows we're here.
I don't want to, man.
I want to go back.
Okay, well. I think with that then, as the party receives another message and gears up before returning, I think it's a good place to end the session for the day. So thank you for everybody who tuned in or checking out the VOD afterwards. We'll catch you for the next one when we get into this conversation with Trent Ikathon and the Cerberus Assembly, at least the ones who are in Hope's Bastion. Catch you next time.